You made it. It's a Friday morning. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
26 degrees right now. Very chilly start.
Yeah.
But it'll get up to tolerable. High in the mid-30s this weekend. A little bit of snow possible tomorrow. Early. High at 35. Sunday, high at 35. But it's going to be hot Sunday night in Miami.
Oh, yeah.
And we got all morning to get to that, which we will here on a Football Friday on CMF. But I want to start off the day, trying to learn something.
What you want to learn?
Well, I think Kimmy's going to be our window into this stupid thing that is happening.
Okay.
All right.
I'll do my best.
So are you guys familiar with Stanley?
No.
Yes.
What's a Stanley?
Stanley Cups. And I'm not talking NHL.
It's literally it's like a mug. It's a
Like a coffee mug?
Yeah, but they all have straws.
It's called a tumbler. It's like the thing you have
It's
next
kind
to
of
you,
similar
but
to
bigger
that, but bigger
and better.
And yeah, they always have straws, right?
Yeah, they have
I
straws.
So it's
yeah.
like built in?
Yeah, kind
All
of.
right. So it's like a coffee mug.
Just a
Big
giant
metal tumbler coffee
Yeah.
mug thing, right? Okay. So I had no idea about these things until a year ago. So I was at a hockey tournament with my daughter. They had these like door prizes for raffles and stuff, and like I win this Stanley tumbler. I don't know what it is.
Oh, you got one.
Oh, I didn't know what it.
Sweet.
Oh damn!
I was kind of like, but Kimmy, I didn't know what I had gotten.
Yeah,
I'm just
gold.
so I'm like, oh, cool, new
They're
water
that
bottle.
expensive?
Well, so I didn't
Is
know.
it like the big one too?
It's a huge one.
Oh yeah,
Is that the
that's
one with the
expensive.
inspirational messages all the way up when you're
No.
drinking
No,
the water?
this is different.
Right.
This
Yeah.
is different. So I bring it home and I like put it on the counter, not even thinking about it. I'm going to bring it into work and use it as my new water bottle.
Nice.
And my wife flips up. Oh my God, is that a Stanley? She grabs it.
Yeah.
She has not let it go.
So she took
Oh,
it.
it's
She
hers
stole
now.
it from me. It's hers, which I don't care.
Yeah.
So I go, what the hell is this? I Google it.
Yeah.
It was an $80.
A water
Yeah.
bottle.
Yes. $80.
It can't be worth 80
Well,
bucks.
so it went viral recently because some woman's car caught on fire or like burned to the ground, and the only thing left of it was her Stanley Cup.
Really?
Yeah.
They're
So-
fireproof.
Apparently.
Which is what I'm looking for in a quality water cup.
Yeah. If you're really beating up on your water jugs.
So the reason this comes up this morning is earlier this week, the Stanley Company and Starbucks did a cross collaboration.
Oh, look at them.
So Starbucks is selling a special edition pink Stanley that says both Stanley.
That sounds dirty. I gave her the pink Stanley last night. She
Nope.
dug it.
Way to ruin it for everybody.
So what do you do with the pink Stanley? All right, so they're
Nothing.
selling them at Starbucks. There's Starbucks on it?
Yeah. It says Starbucks and
like a-
Stanley on it.
All right.
Limited time thing.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Yeah.
So they retail for $50, and you would think this is no big deal.
Right.
There has been insanity that you cannot imagine. People trying to get their hands on these Stanley
Really?
Starbucks cups. So first off, when they went on sale, when did they go on sale, Kimmy? Was it over the weekend?
I'm not sure. I just recently heard
You're
about
our
it.
window into this.
Well, I know. I just know that it happens sometime soon, and if you didn't get one already, you're probably not going to get
So
one.
they're only, so that's it. It's a, like, when you say limited, you mean like this weekend?
Tommy, people started lining up like
Yeah.
they were buying Metallica tickets.
This is
These things have
insane.
become collectibles. I mean, like it's
To
one of those things
who?
where if you want like a certain color or pattern, whatever,
I'm a cup
it may be
entrepreneur.
tough to come by.
So, like, these lines outside of Starbucks and Targets that had Starbucks in them
Yeah.
were 100 people deep,
Wow.
camping out overnight to
Come
get their hands on
on.
the Stanley. Not
For
only
an
that,
effing cup.
so the Starbucks Stanley Cup
Yeah.
retails for $49.99.
So they're gone.
They're gone. You can get one now on the secondary market.
All right, how much?
I'm looking on eBay right now. A
Bend over.
Stanley Starbucks Winter Tumbler, $191 with 14 hours left, and there's 44 bids on it.
Wait, so it's a $200 cup.
They're
now.
going for over $250 on the secondary
It's a shame
market.
the economy's going so damn bad. People are lining up for a cup
There was a video that went viral yesterday.
with no
of-
soup in it.
They caught a man on video outside of a Target. He tried to steal a whole box of these tumblers
Yeah.
and was caught on the way out, and it caused this massive scene of not only security trying to stop him, but people freaking out that he got the
'Cause he
last
got
box
him.
of
Yeah.
tumbler. Like, it was insanity. You can see the video on social media. Can anybody explain to me, forget the Starbucks part, why these Stanley mugs, cups, whatever, are worth between $30 and $100 retail?
I mean, I just think every now and then something like this just pops for whatever reason, and people go nuts for it. I think it's like that collector's mentality of, well, I can only get the neon lime one, so I got to get it now before they discontinue it.
Okay, that I get.
Yeah.
So I did
Yeah.
some research.
All right, what'd you find?
The Stanley Company has been around since 1913.
Oh wow.
The hell were they making back then?
Yeah.
Same thing.
But
Really?
buckets.
I thought it was something.
I got a
new.
bucket of water I walk around with.
And you can only use one at a time. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but people, like you said, they collect these
Yeah.
things.
Right.
They have different colors for everything. So when I say, what's the point? I get what you're saying there, Kimmy. Sometimes stupid things
It's
pop
just
and people
trendy
want 'em.
jerks, man. Jump on something.
When I'm saying, but like these Stanley mugs, cups, whatever, they cost $50 before they were popular.
Yeah.
So the only, as I'm trying to draw a parallel here, Yeti coolers. You guys are familiar with
Yeah, well,
those.
Kimmy got me my Yeti travel mug. Look at that.
You bought it
You
for me.
bought
can't-
it for
I know I
me.
have one too.
The thing's awesome, but I can't like.
Yeah, actually, she got me one when I got her married.
Yeah.
Oh, so you going too?
She got me one. Yeah, but my
Oh.
wife stole that one
What a
also.
circular ooh. All right.
But like the Yeti cooler is stupid for like the regular person to go out and spend $500 to $1,000 on a cooler. However, the Yeti cooler is functional to a certain part of society, which the cooler was made for. Like if you're a fisherman,
It's
who's-
durable
Yeah,
as hell.
they made it for very outdoorsy
Yeah,
people.
Exactly.
it lasts for. Yeah, you throw ice in it and
Yeah.
it holds for a long time.
Exactly,
Yeah.
but there are people who will be on a boat for 4 days nonstop where you need that. There are people that are going to go camping in a cabin with no electricity for a week, and that's functional for them. Like that, there's a reason for them to exist. Just idiots jumped on the Yeti thing and paid $500 for
Yeah.
a cooler to pull beers out of a parking lot at a Bills game, which is stupid. I don't understand the functionality of a $50
Because you want to look
tumbler.
cool with it too, right?
But like they existed before
Yeah.
people thought they were cool.
Yeah.
So who were they made for initially? Like Carhartt has become like this trendy brand that kids are paying $200 for jackets.
Right.
But Carhartt has a functionality.
purpose.
Yes. What is the functionality of a Stanley?
Your drink stays really cold or really hot.
If your car catches on fire, it'll be the only thing left.
Okay, great. Think about how many of those metal. Like, I got this one I have here. If you're
Yeah.
watching the live stream at Marshall's for $7.
Right.
If my car catches on fire and it melts, I can go buy another one for $7.
Yes, you can.
Why do I need a $50 tumbler? Kimmy, I need you. You're the one
well,
here.
I mean, it's especially with your kids. I bet it just becomes like the name brand thing. And your kids are going to know if somebody has a knockoff or like they want that particular brand for whatever reason. That brand is the brand of sippy cups.
Yeah.
What happened?
But
I don't know.
it's
I
kind of
think this
always been
happens all
like
the
that, hasn't it?
time.
With
Yeah.
water
With
bottles,
jeans
though?
and clothes and cars and everything else. I mean, it's just like the thing you have to be cool.
Okay, but like the jeans and clothes, I guess makes sense. Maybe I say this because that's what was
Like there had
popular
to be
when I was a
something
kid.
when we were kids that everybody wanted. It didn't make any sense.
What was it?
I can't think of. There were things like here and there.
I mean, like
Like think of how nuts people went for stupid like McDonald's toys and
Okay,
stuff like
yeah,
that.
you're right
You
about
know what I
that.
mean?
But
Like
those
that
were
was
our
all
parents.
stupid.
It wasn't us.
I know, you're
My
right.
da-
But that at the
look
time,
at
think about it.
sneakers.
It didn't make any freaking sense, but people would stand in line for it.
But sneakers has got to be the big one.
That's always been a thing, though.
But I always
Right?
look at sneakers, and I know you and I are different on this.
Well, I mean, it wasn't a thing when I was a kid until I think the first one I can remember that was a shoe people wanted was Converse.
Okay.
But I don't remember anybody like going crazy over it.
But I've always looked at sneakers as like little pieces of pop art. Like they're designed to be pop art. And yes, I agree with you, man. If you're spending $500 on a pair of sneakers, it's ridiculous,
Yeah.
right? But like they're different and they're unique and they go with different, like it makes sense.
But
Like
designer clothes,
But
all that crap.
But even
man.
the designer clothes, a lot of the times, they're made better than the clothes
yeah,
you're going to
they're
buy.
probably. I don't know if this Stanley's any better.
Well, I mean, it looks like. I mean, my wife's like we got the free one, so my wife, the thing looks indestructible.
It's not like it's not like you're really putting it to the test.
Yeah,
You
she
know what I
goes to a
mean?
doctor's office every day. She's
Most
not
people are just taking it around with them when they're running errands and stuff.
Yeah.
252 WCMF. We're talking about this Stanley thermos. I don't know what cup tumbler.
Yeah.
Traveler.
Yeah,
Traveler, right?
where they're $50 to $100 retail. Starbucks and Stanley did a cross collaboration where you could go buy these pink Stanley tumblers for the retail of $50. And they sold out so quickly.
Yeah.
Some places had like riots go on so people could get them. You can buy them now in the secondary market. They're going for over $250. This $50 mug. And people are buying them. I told you, I'm looking at one right now on eBay. $191, 13 hours, 59 minutes left on the thing, and there's 44 bids.
It's kind of one of those things that becomes like a status symbol.
A mug?
Isn't that? It's crazy, but if you saw somebody with one of those pink tumblers, you'd be like, how'd they score that?
But you think about it, we went from people never walked around with their water, right?
Yeah.
People just walked around. And somebody goes, it'd be a great idea. Let's convince people to walk around with their water. Like every building you walk into has fresh water you could drink.
That
but
should
somebody
be a thing.
convinced us, like, you need something to hold your water so you can walk around
Yeah.
with it. And eventually we'll convince these idiots to spend $200 for something to hold your
hate
water.
the water jug.
That water jug thing is hysterical.
Why, though?
Because it has inspirational levels of how much water you
It's
drank.
just reminding you to drink water.
No, it doesn't.
throughout the
It
day.
inspires you to drink water. It doesn't remind you. The bottle should say, hey, did you have water? You can do it. Almost there. So close. You did it. Yay.
It doesn't affect you in any way.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
I'm an American citizen, and I paid for that technology.
What is that sitting next to you? Water bottle?
No, it's right here.
No, next to that.
What's that? My Yeti.
Yeah.
No, but I'm just saying, like,
I'm
you drink water too. I mean, what's the difference between keeping it in a plastic water bottle and pouring it into something else?
I am a trendy jerk.
Okay.
I'm a loser. I'm a water
But that's just it. Like, you sit here and you bitch about the trendy
Well, we
water.
also found out we had some funky water upstairs.
Funky
and I was
Water,
out.
Which is my favorite dad funk cover band playing at the California Brew House this weekend. We're Funky Water, thank you. You have a Yeti coffee mug.
Yes, that Gimme gave me for Christmas.
Yes, but you could have a $5 coffee. Your wife goes to Marshall's every day. You could get a $5 coffee thermos and bring it in here, and it wouldn't be a problem.
I know.
You can't sit here.
But as an outdoorsman, Pat, I need a quality mug of coffee and sauce.
Stays hot for his whole walk across the street.
I will tell you this, man. This thing, like, it does.
I know.
Like that other crappy one I had, like it got cold quick. This thing is like, it's still.
Shut up.
Listen, I poured this coffee 4 days ago. I'm still sipping on it.
No, like, and here's the other weird part about this.
Listen to how heavy this thing is, man.
Bro, it's heavier than you are.
It is.
But you don't need it.
It's a workout.
You sit here and you call people trendy jerks while sipping coffee out of your Yeti thermos.
Yes.
Okay. The thing that blows my mind the most
What's that?
is the merchandise that comes around the merchandise that is pointless. Because Stanley mugs, whatever, whether or
Yeah.
not they're worth $50, you don't need a $50 mug. The Yeti coolers and the Yeti things, whether or not the coolers are worth $500 to $1,000, most people don't need that cooler. But not only do the coolers and the mugs exist, merchandise for you to advertise their company. People wear Yeti t-shirts
Oh, yeah.
and hats.
Yeah.
Why? They don't make clothes. They make coolers. But people have Yeti hats that they see as status symbols. People that don't own Yeti coolers have Yeti
Yeah.
hats.
You're walking
That's
around
funny.
with a corporation's logo on your hat.
That you can't even afford the actual product they make.
And that you can thank NASCAR for.
So
Because NASCAR convinced people to walk around with a Ford hat, a
Logos.
Dodge hat, logos. Yeah, and then, how about when you see a guy with a Bass Pro Shop cap?
I don't get that either.
those are,
That's-
to your point,
I support a store.
those have become big. I wonder how long until you see Stanley gear.
I've seen it.
Oh,
I've seen
you will.
people
I've only
wear it.
seen
Why
the
not?
mugs.
Yeah. They make Stanley winter hats. I've seen, unless people made them themselves. I've seen people in Stanley winter
That's
hats.
sad.
I
Knit my
haven't-
own Stanley cap.
I will say I don't know any. I only know women that are into the Stanley thing. I don't know any guys that have that stuff.
Okay. Yeah, because my wife was the one that freaked out
I
about
feel
it.
like Stanley is like the ladies' version of Yeti.
Oh.
I mean, I
Right.
know women that like Yeti too, but I think that's more of like a dude thing.
Okay.
Dude status symbol.
Is the Yeti thing.
All right.
No, but like even
It's
like
a Lady Yeti.
Lady Yeti? A
Lady.
Stanley's Lady Yeti.
Lady.
Like, because my daughter has a hockey game in Ithaca tomorrow morning.
Oh, man, you better Stanley up.
Well, that's just it. I know I'm going to walk into this rink on the campus of Cornell.
Mm.
We're playing this team from Philadelphia.
Oh, rich ass Philadelphia people.
Well, but I mean, bro, it's travel hockey. Everybody that plays travel hockey. It's not like there's any like people scraping together quarter. Yeah, you know what I mean?
right.
I mean, you know what I mean? Like, oh, we couldn't afford sandwiches this week, but we're going to a travel hockey tournament. Like 3/4 of that place is going to have a Yeti or a Stanley coffee mug
Yeah.
in their hands watching their kids play hockey.
Only in America, buddy.
Come on. In Canada. Also there. All right. So, again, if you're looking for your Stanley Starbucks collab tumbler, you can get them on eBay for between $200 and $250. We got a dynamite. We're all a bunch of suckers.
Oh, yeah.
Got to break them for you this morning here on CMF. It is the most important football Friday of the season.
This is it.
Really, it is it.
Oh,
Could
boy.
be.
Michael McDonald said it. Or no, I'm sorry, Kenny Loggins. But he's on that song. Bills, Dolphins, Sunday night, 8:20, live right here on 96.5 WCMF. So Tommy's got picks to make.
This is a tough one.
He really is.
Who's showing up on both sides of the ball, son?
Both literally and figuratively
Oh,
with
yeah,
all the injuries
yeah,
going
yeah.
on in Miami. I mean, there's a lot of moving
Who's
parts
coming
here.
to play? Or who wants it more, Pat?
Tommy will make his picks just after 7:40 here in the break room on a Tommy Tells It Like It Is on CMF. To recap those picks, we will have our good buddies from 95.7 The Fan, Mike Danger just after 9 o'clock,
Yeah.
along with from the Let's Go Duffalo podcast, Ryan Duffy.
Ryan Duffy.
He will also be in
big
here.
star.
That's
Big
right.
rising star, that Ryan Duffy.
The boys will be in just after 9 to recap Tommy's picks. And we have to get into how, like, the game is important because the playoffs are on the line.
Mm-hmm.
But it's past that because this season there was a loud contingent of fans and media folks at one point that said Sean McDermott should be fired.
Yes.
Which I always thought was insane. The last 60 minutes of this season will determine if this was one of the greatest coaching seasons Sean McDermott has ever had.
Okay.
Or if this was the most epic failure he's ever had. And there's no in between. And it comes down to 60 minutes, one side of the pendulum all the way to the other.
Well, based on the bulk of his responsibility this season, too.
Well, and decisions that were made throughout.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean,
before the season even started.
And giving guys the boot.
so we'll get into that and a whole bunch more here in the break room on CMF. But first, Tommy.
Yeah.
There is someone who was physically assaulted.
Oh,
Or, excuse me, attempted physical assault on this person that happened out East Side area.
On the east side.
Now, luckily, this person was not hurt.
All right.
However, there was something else that happened. And it's one of these stories where nobody wants to get hurt, Tommy.
No.
But in this case, getting hurt may have been better than what actually happened afterwards.
Non-hurt.
We'll get into it next in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Logic would say avoiding physical injury at all costs is a good thing.
That's the way you go about it.
But you don't want to get hurt.
No.
But this might be one of those rare stories where you'd rather take a physical injury than what actually happened in the allegations here.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF, just after 6:45. It's for everything this weekend, man.
This is it.
Literally everything. And depending on what happens Saturday night with the Steelers and Sunday afternoon with Jacksonville, it could literally be all or nothing, which means we're staring down the barrel of a 60-minute football game. We're at the end. This will either be the greatest coaching job that the Bills head coach has done in his career thus far, or it will be the most disastrous season he's ever had.
And either way, the outcome, everybody's going to be hungover come Monday morning.
We'll get into it just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. The story comes to us from Canandaigua.
Oh, Canandaigua.
It's an incident that happened the day after Christmas, but we're just learning about
Late
it
in the
today.
season for Canandaigua, man. Usually they're all boarded up by now.
Well, here's the thing. I mean, it doesn't matter where you are around the holiday season, things can get dicey.
Yeah.
The Ontario County Sheriff's Department were called to a home for the report of a disturbance. And when they got there, authorities say they determined a 45-year-old woman during a physical dispute threw a bowl at another person.
Make one of them decorative holiday bowls?
We do not have details on the bowl.
Okay.
But we can go with that if you
So
want to
she
imagine.
chucked a bowl at somebody.
It was an old school Canandaigua bowl chucking,
All right.
according to police. So the good news, the bowl missed the person that she intended to hit.
Okay.
The bad news, the bowl hit a television, causing, quote, damage.
Okay.
Let's just assume the TV was destroyed.
Took out the flat screen.
I mean, you know the flat screens, right? You touch those things, they smash. So the woman was arrested, charged with criminal mischief. She has a court date upcoming. But this situation raises a bigger issue.
Wow.
Let's say this is the living room television. It's the big one.
It's the main TV.
Yeah, the nice one. It brings you all your entertainment. If she broke that the day after Christmas, that's a major problem.
Yeah.
Because, one, you're going to need to replace it, and that's going to cost a lot of money.
Right.
2, you need to get rid of the old one. That's a pain in the ass. 3, you may need to find someone to come hang it, and good luck with that on a holiday week
That ain't
after
happening.
Christmas.
Yeah.
You don't get any of your stories or your sporting events or anything like that, and it's very possible this person had the week off between Christmas and New Year's Day. Would you be more upset if you were hit with the bowl or your TV was smashed with the bowl in this situation?
And it's the main family TV.
The TV.
Yeah.
You'd almost
252
feel,
WCMF.
you'd almost feel like the Secret Service, like taking one for the TV.
Bro, I thought the same thing.
Diving in front of it.
Because you know that one Secret Service guy that had that regret that he didn't protect the president?
Yeah, they
You
just
know,
did a
JFK?
thing about it, yeah.
Yeah. He's still around. I guess he was. You almost have to have that guilt. Should have been me, not the TV, man.
I guess it would come down to which is going to cost more.
Where I get hit with the bowl.
Yes, because if getting hit with the bowl requires a hospital visit, you may take the TV. You
Okay.
may let the TV take the hit.
Here's why you might be wrong.
Like if I don't get hit in the head with the bowl,
Bowl's going to hit you in the head. That's
it's going
part
to pop
of
you in the head.
Bowl's you're taking it in the head.
You're concussed.
That could hurt you.
It could, yes.
That could knock you out.
I guess it
concuss.
could. Yeah.
Or worse.
All right, let me throw a hypothetical at you.
Yeah.
Bowl smashes on your forehead, which for you would be an inevitability. You get a 3-inch cut on your forehead. You need 5 stitches.
Or the TV.
Or the TV. And you're going to have a bruise there. Like, it's going to look nasty for like 3 weeks. Or the TV. Which one do you want?
I really don't want to get in there.
So you would take the TV being smashed.
I guess I have to.
All right. So here's why you're wrong.
What? I'm wrong about my own feelings about pain.
Because, I don't think you're thinking this through.
No, but
Well,
I've been.
yeah, you won't be able to think much.
I've
if
been
it's in your
hit
head.
and I've had stitches, and neither of them were fun.
Oh, did it hurt you?
Yes.
Oh, no. So you're going to require a hospital visit for the stitches.
Okay.
Well,
yeah.
emergency room.
And some recovery time.
Yeah.
So let's say you go to the hospital and it takes 12 hours to patch you up. And
She's
you
such a hell of a bowling, man. It's like respirators and
Probably
stuff.
wouldn't take too heavy of a bowl to cause that much damage.
Yeah,
right?
and
All right.
think about it, man. Just
So I'm out of commission for 12 hours.
12 hours between getting to the hospital, waiting to get
And I have a
stitches.
massive
they get you
head
back.
wound.
You got it. But eventually, after 12 hours, you're going to come home. Maybe you got a headache. You wake up the next day.
Yeah.
Let's say it takes you 6 days to get that new TV in the house and up.
Yeah.
You would be off with no streaming, with no sporting events, and a massive head wound for 6 days.
I'm taking I want my TV.
Okay, so if it misses you,
No, I don't want my TV. I don't know, man. It's so hard to
bro, I'm telling you, man.
screw that TV.
It's the weirdest Sophie's choice of all
Yeah,
time.
I guess so.
Do I want the cut on the forehead? Do I want the pain? Or do I want to be able to entertain myself for 6 days? Because 6 days is a long time.
It is. Especially if you're,
And look, I'm thinking about you. All you do is watch pointless documentaries on these streaming
Yes,
services.
I do.
Like, think about how
There's
much.
some good ones coming up.
When we had that week off after Christmas, think about how much time you spent in front of that television.
Early mornings especially, yeah.
And, like, think about this, too. Like, that's the NFL playoff race that entire week. You can't watch any.
I missed the game tonight.
You would. You would.
If they didn't get it in yet.
Because you want to be a bitch and not block the TV with your face to keep the bowl from smashing it. Kimmy, are you still going with the TV?
Yeah, I just think I'm assessing.
What goal wants to get hit in the head with a bowl?
Pain, recovery time, hospital visit. It's just all stuff that, like, I could, as expensive as it would be, you could just go out and buy a TV.
What's the most stitches you've ever received in one shot?
It happened when I was a kid, so I don't know. I was spinning in my living room, spinning in circles, and I fell and I hit my head on the fireplace.
But you were like a little kid.
Little kid.
So you've never had any adult stitches? That's impressive.
No, I don't think so. I mean, I've had other injuries, but not stitches.
You played sports. You never got stitched?
No, I never got
No.
stitches from sports.
When's the last time you got stitches? I mean, like you hurt yourself stitches.
When I was in 3rd grade.
That's the last time?
Yeah, I was in art class, and I was trying to cut a hole in a piece of cardboard, and I had scissors underneath the cardboard, and the scissors came up and cut my finger, and I went to the nurse, and I needed 4 stitches.
All right.
So I had to go to the doctor.
Wow. All right. I'm impressed.
Well, some of us are tougher than you.
No.
Cut myself shaving.
How does
hold on,
not
that's a
getting
question.
stitches make you tougher?
What were you doing that you
Cutting
needed
meat.
stitches? Oh, well, yeah, that makes sense. You had a job where that,
Yeah.
you were around dangerous stuff.
No, I love how he's bad at his job, so he's tougher than we are. I got stitches because I suck at what I do.
That's right, buddy.
I was
That was drunk.
drunk and stealing, and I needed stitches. Tupac to WCMF. We're talking about this story out in Canandaigua. Day after Christmas, the Ontario County Sheriff's Department called to a home for a report of a disturbance. When they got there, they say a 45-year-old woman during a physical dispute threw a bowl at another person. The bowl missed the person she tried to hit, but the bowl hit the television, causing damage. And the debate is, with this time of year, the physical pain you'd be in versus your need for entertainment, would you rather take the bowl and the pain in the
bowling.
face?
Yeah.
A literal bowling.
Yeah.
Or would you rather the TV get smashed? There are a few things in your house that are more important than your physical health.
Wait, more than my physical health.
Or at least pain. The pain that you'd face. Is there something in your house that you would definitely take a bowl to the face over that thing being destroyed?
Well, there's certain things that are super expensive in your house.
Can you give me an example?
Your furnace.
Okay. Bowl over a furnace?
Well, your
I
furnace
don't
is
think a bowl is going to smash a furnace.
I don't know, but my furnace is $5,000.
Okay, so you would take 12 stitches.
Yes. Over $5,600. Which is what I just paid.
See, I'm trying to name a famous soccer goalie to keep, and I can't even name it. Tony Miola. So you Tony Miola that bowl right in the face.
You'd almost have to.
Kimmy, is there anything you would take a bowl to the face for over it being destroyed in your house?
You know what would suck the most to have broken is a phone.
Wait, you take it for the
phone?
Well, think about it. Like, that's what you're going to use the most. That's what
I need to eat.
you need to what?
I need to eat.
Well, you take it in the forehead. You can eat with a forehead wound.
Eat.
Eat? What do you mean?
Heat?
Furnace. I just
heat.
said.
Heat.
Stay with me.
No, we both
Okay.
thought you said
Are you
eat.
you two turn it into me?
You might have a
I
cold.
need to eat.
It's the second day because
Heat.
yesterday you said Tina and you definitely said Gina and both of us were like, Gina? No, you guys are dumb.
But they both suck.
I need stitches.
I was just thinking of like something that I can't live without, and it would be my phone.
right.
So
Phone's a
maybe
big one, I
that,
guess.
maybe that would be the most inconvenient thing to lose.
Okay, I would take a bowl to the face over a smashed laptop. My laptop is my life. I can't do work without it, and those things are unbelievably
And it may take
expensive.
a while to get another one.
Yeah,
Depending
like-
on what you need.
If somebody said, I'm going to
And
hit
where
you...
you go with your face?
Look at you.
Face one to face one.
What about your car getting smashed up? Would
Oh,
you take
man,
a,
the car
that's
is,
a good
that's
one.
another one.
Would you take a punch to the face over a smashed windshield?
Nah, the windshield's not that big. They could pop those windshields in a day.
If they have the time to do
Yeah.
it.
Those guys, you get on the app. They're there in an
You
hour.
get on the app, they're there. And
You see the ad?
Can they replace a whole windshield in your driveway?
You don't see those ads?
I
They're
see
popping
them.
in,
I mean,
popping
I've
out,
seen
baby.
that, but I'm guessing that that's expensive to have them come to you.
Insurance will cover a windshield.
Ooh, that's a fun fact.
How many commercials do you watch?
I've
I
also
love how you
damaged.
go-
I've also damaged a few cars.
I love how you go, I don't need the TV, and you're doing a windshield safe light commercial word for word right now.
Yeah, like, you're taking the kids to the park. Damn it, I got a crack in the windshield.
You know, the other thing that sucks about your TV being smashed over your face being smashed with this bowl allegedly being thrown by this 45-year-old woman in Canandaigua, if that's the main TV in the house, and there are some people that really still only have one TV, right? The house is silent until it gets fixed, which would be a constant reminder of that fight, how you got to that point, and what a pain in the ass the whole situation is. You would have nothing to distract you from what actually happened. In almost every other case, something of yours breaking is better than the physical pain you endure. However, the lack of entertainment and the constant reminder of what happened due to the silence, I'm taking that bowl to the face over the TV, man. I'm doing it.
All right.
Boom.
Good for the TV in your house.
Well, plus,
What?
we made the mistake a couple of years ago buying like a nice TV right before the flat screens got really inexpensive.
I know.
Yeah.
I protect that thing like it's my baby. And it's not even like a top-of-the-line television anymore.
No, but they were. I did the same thing. They were really pricey, and then they went to like, hey, they're just $200 now.
I did it like a week before everything went.
And I've done that with everything I've ever bought. I went out and bought a VCR too soon. I spent $800 on a top-loading Panasonic VCR, right?
Top-loading.
What was
Yeah,
like
'cause
the
it's a
average price of those things?
Well, they were new, so it was like $800.
Wow.
And then they went down like immediately afterwards, like less than $200. Same effing unit.
So that was $800. What year?
1978.
Wow.
Holy crap.
How much did a video cost?
So the videos were cheap. It was when you rented a video.
Oh.
So if you rented a porn.
Okay, that's the difference. The porn was way more expensive to
So
rent.
you had to put a $75 hold on your credit card to get the porn.
Why was it to make sure it wasn't all sticky when they got it back?
No, you had to wipe them down before you brought them back.
Did you buy
So they put them under a black light. And then
No.
to make sure.
Don't listen to this idiot. He's lying.
No, I'm telling you. They had a black. You want to put your hands on somebody else's.
They didn't have a black light.
Yeah, and if they would either charge you or you had to bring it back clean. So you had to buy wipes for them.
Oh, they had a batch charge.
So so you could buy back then. You could buy these porn wipes. They were called for VCR.
Shut up. Did you buy a VCR just to watch porn?
Everybody bought a VCR just to watch porn. No, I wanted to see Jaws for the 10th time. I wanted to see Jaws the porn.
So the most expensive purchase.
Wait, your mom was in it?
So the most expensive thing you purchased as a young adult.
What was a car?
Well, okay,
And a
besides your
condo.
car.
Outside,
was
I would
for
say
pornography.
Yeah.
That's an investment.
That is.
Think about how many dates you could by law of averages, $800 on a date back then. You could have gotten laid like 5-6 times, but you spent it on porn.
I know. But porn doesn't disappoint.
All right. Let's take a break.
You know I'm right.
Well, hopefully everyone listening, their TVs are not smashed because you're going to need them Sunday night to watch the biggest Bills game of this season without question. And it's not just the biggest Bills game for us Bills fans. It's not just the biggest Bills game for those players out there. I would argue the person with the most on the line is Bills head coach Sean McDermott.
Yeah, he's the man.
It's been an up and down roller coaster of a season. A lot of decisions that he made have either hurt this team severely and both helped this team at the same time get to the point where they are. I mean, it's insane to think a team that was 5-5 the first week of November is a win away from the second seed of the AFC and winning the division again. Which means 60 minutes on Sunday night will determine if this is the greatest coaching job Sean McDermott has done since he's been in Buffalo or the most disastrous, which could have the torches and pitchforks out for him again.
Yeah.
And we'll get into it next to the break room. 96.5 WCMF. 3 days will be anxiety-filled for the Buffalo Bills
pressure.
And the Bills Mafia.
It's going to build.
Pressure makes diamonds, baby.
Or it could crush you.
We all know what's at stake come Sunday night.
Mm-hmm.
The craziest thing, past the playoff scenarios and the situation the Bills find themselves in, how the season is gone based on where we were in the middle of the season. Because come Sunday night, in the eyes of Bills fans and the national media, 60 minutes will decide if your season was a rousing success or an epic failure.
All right.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. Just after 7 o'clock this morning. It's Friday. You know what that means.
Oh, we're going to creep it out, buddy.
That's right. Creep kept coming at you. And there have always been rules in relationships, like how you treat your spouse. You don't cheat on them.
No.
You're there when you need them, when they need you.
Right.
But there's a new rule that's been established over the last couple of years with the rise of streaming services. You do not go behind your spouse's back and watch a show without talking to them.
Oh, yeah.
Which is something that both you and your wife found out was you're both playing in dirty water, buddy.
I know.
At the same time. We'll get into the story just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. Bills, Dolphins for the AFC East in prime time. Last game of the NFL regular season live Sunday night right here on 96.5 WCMF. If you want to watch the game,
you want to watch it?
You can do it with old Miss Kimmy.
Lady K, where's she going to be?
She's going to be at the Bill Gray's Tap Room out in Brockport.
Ooh, College Town.
That's right. You got delicious cheeseburgers, fries, white hots.
Mm-hmm.
You got 3 heads on tap.
Oh, nice.
And you got Kimmy.
What more could you ask for?
Go hang out with Kimmy, the Bill Gray's Tap Room at Brockport Sunday night, and everyone hold each other. Don't touch Kimmy, though. She doesn't like to be touched.
Don't touch Kimmy, even if she like.
Yeah,
just leave Kimmy alone.
That's what I just said. That's what I just said.
It didn't need to be said.
I don't know. I've met some of our listeners. Sometimes it needs to be said. Don't touch Kimmy. So this game on Sunday night does not get more pressure packed. Yeah. And just so everyone listening understands, so we're all on the same page. Come Sunday night, if the Bills win, they are the AFC East champs again. They have the 2 seed in the AFC East, which means if they keep winning playoff games, they would not have to play a road game until the AFC Championship. And even there, if the Ravens lose, you would have a home AFC Championship game. If the Bills lose, based on scenarios, there's a very good chance they miss the playoffs entirely.
So it's lights out.
You got it. Which creates a very strange situation for this team and Bills head coach Sean McDermott. Mm-hmm. A win on Sunday night would make this one of the most successful Bills regular seasons of Sean McDermott's coaching tenure.
I would say of Buffalo Bills history. When's the last time you had this much anticipation at the end of the season?
Final game of the season.
Yeah.
I mean, even with Jim Kelly.
Well,
they usually ran over people by the end of the season.
Well, no,
they were up.
The AFC East was really good. I mean, you don't forget, Dan Marino was in Miami.
But they usually had it locked up, right?
No, there were a lot of games like this, the second to last of the last game of the season for the division.
Right.
Well, and it's weird how wild the swing is, just based on one game and 2 other games that are happening and how different the scenario could be by the end of the weekend.
So let's break this down. If you win Sunday night, you have another division crown, which is huge. You would have arguably the easiest road to the Super Bowl they will have had since the early 90s. Mm-hmm. As we sit here, the Bills have the second best odds to represent the AFC in the Super Bowl despite not having clinched a playoff spot yet. No one would be able to argue this wasn't a great regular season. Mm-hmm. However, if you lose this game and you don't get the help you need from the other teams, it becomes the biggest failure by far of the Sean McDermott era.
Get out.
You'll have blown a massive opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
You'll have wasted a defense and a quarterback that have been playing lights out week in and week out.
And you're running out of time.
Oh, and that's just it. It's another year into the careers of Josh Allen, Stephon Diggs, Matt Milano. Those guys don't stay young.
No, they don't.
It's almost not fair that the theme of this entire season is coming down to a 60-minute football game. Because it's not out of the question that people will judge everything that has happened since September on one play that comes down to Sunday night's decision.
Yeah. One blown opportunity.
Exactly. I mean, think, last year, the second game the Bills and Dolphins played, it was a walk-off field goal win from Tyler Bass in Orchard Park. I mean, the Bills and Dolphins, the Bills blow them out a lot. They also play close games a lot, right? Uh-huh. Like, forget 60 minutes. It could be a play that determines if this season is a rousing success or an epic failure.
Well, then, yeah, because if they fall short, you're just going to point to all the mistakes made in those games that you feel like they should have had and throughout the season. Those are your highlights now, not that last stretch of games that they pulled off. It's going to be that whole dud of a first half of the season.
Yeah, think about that. Like, the Bills have won 4 straight. They've won 5 out of their last 6. They beat the Kansas City Chiefs in Arrowhead. They beat the Dallas Cowboys, who at the time looked like one of the juggernauts of the NFL. Like, that is a stretch we haven't seen in a very long time. And all of it gets completely forgotten. You're right. If the Bills don't handle business Sunday night.
Well, and I feel like people especially are going to point to the coaching decisions, because a lot of those issues people feel, maybe things could have been different based on things that Sean McDermott called. Like, think about the London game, right? Like, people pointed to they should have gotten there earlier.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, there's so many factors
Jets game,
even
off
the field that people are going to point to and say we should have done this differently.
Did you ever think you could take Aaron Rodgers out that early in a Jets game?
He took himself
lose?
out.
No, I mean, you're right. It's still mind-boggling.
But I mean, like, you took that guy out, and you lost that game,
Yeah.
and Josh Allen threw 3 interceptions.
Yeah, that was
to the same guy.
Wild start.
Yeah, I mean, without Aaron Rodgers, that Jets team's terrible.
Right?
It's a terrible
They
team.
should have rolled him over.
All right, so let's do this. Take Sunday night's game out of it.
Right,
forget it. Completely forget
Not
it.
even thinking about it.
Right now,
Yeah.
everything we've seen up to this point, Tommy, has the Bills season been a success?
It's been yeah. I mean, you'd have to say it's a success, but it hasn't been easy to watch.
Okay.
You've got to admit, some of these games come down like, Jesus, they could blow it any second.
So the Bills have not lost a game by more than 6 points all season. In fact, all of their losses...
And that's what makes it so hard to watch.
All of their losses
Frustrating.
Hmm.
combined are by 24 points total. How about that?
Yeah.
6 losses, 24 points.
You never feel good going into the fourth quarter.
No, you can never walk away from the TV.
No, because you always figure either they're going to let this team hang around and they're going to come back, or it's going to come down to that, like you said, that Tyler Bass field goal.
I would say this season definitely has not been a success, because I think that they fell short of It's been a good season, but they have fallen short of expectations that, I think a lot of us had, especially after last season.
So let's talk about expectations.
It ain't 2020.
When the season started, the over-under for wins in Vegas was 10 for the Buffalo Bills. They hit that.
Okay.
They're right where they were supposed to be. So when it comes to the experts, the Bills have hit expectations. They weren't a unanimous pick to win the AFC East. The Jets and Dolphins showed up a ton when it came to experts deciding who was going to win the division.
Yeah.
So not winning the division would not be a shock. And again, they went on a nice run to close the season, 4 straight, 5 of their last 6, Arrowhead, Dallas, all of that stuff. But to your point, Kimmy, the expectations for Bills fans were greater than what folks outside of Orchard
And it
Park
definitely
felt.
didn't go how, even though you're right, it was a good season, and maybe that's how much people thought they were going to win, but not in the way they didn't win in the way people thought, because I think that if anything, the offense has fallen short of expectations. Like, they've won a lot of games because their defense has held. It's been close games. I think people thought that this offense was going to come and just blow people out.
I don't know, but then
and they really haven't.
But you look, there are games where they blew people out, and good teams. You blew Miami out at home. You blew out Dallas at home. I mean, you can talk about Washington and the Jets, and nobody cares about that.
Right, but against teams that they were supposed to blow out.
And two of your stars aren't really doing anything. Miller and Diggs.
Yeah, well, yeah. Von Miller may not dress for the rest
Right.
of the
And
season.
Stephon Diggs,
That's what I mean.
same
It
thing,
just-
right?
it
He
didn't
just hasn't
look-
been around.
The way people thought it would.
Okay, now
And
that's
you're
a good
thinking
way to
Super
put
Bowl.
it.
Yeah.
I mean, all the talk is, once you get Super Bowl in your mouth, you're not going to get it out.
Once you get Super Bowl in your mouth.
You ain't getting it out.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. With this Bills-Dolphins game on Sunday night, 60 minutes will decide in Bills fans' minds if this was one of the greatest seasons, the greatest season of the Sean McDermott era, what he was able to do to turn this around, or if it was the most epic failure he's ever had. And let's talk about McDermott for a second. He needs this win on Sunday night badly, because if he loses, the knives come out for him again. Now that it's quieted down with this run they've been on, but do not forget, going into that Eagles game and after that Eagles game, even after the Broncos game, folks wanted him gone.
Oh, yeah.
Legitimate talk about firing the guy with the highest winning percentage as a head coach in Buffalo Bills history. And that's going to come again. It will happen. If he loses this game on Sunday, you will hear loud voices from within the house saying he needs to go.
It's going to be a long, cold winter for Sean McDermott.
You know, it is funny. Like, when things were really, really bad, when the Bills were at 6-6 after that Eagles loss, right? You had stories all over the place. You had that one story that was like going through all the things Sean McDermott did. There was that tale about how he used the 9/11 hijackers to try to motivate the team. You had anonymous former coaches that were crapping all over him, saying
Yeah.
that he's hard to work with. And look, the piece was a well-written piece. The guy was just using, Tyler Dunn who wrote it, what he was being told, right?
Yeah.
It is what it is. But it's amazing how when they went on that run, all of that stuff went away.
Yeah, because winning solves everything.
But it's insane. Like, just because they won 5 of their last 6 and 4 straight doesn't mean those voices don't still exist. Those stories still happen.
Yeah.
Nobody talked about
But now I
it.
just look the other way now because now we're having fun.
When the season comes to an end, and here's why you need to win this game past for Sean McDermott's job security. You have some serious issues you have to figure out.
At the end of the season?
Yeah.
Either way.
Well, you brought up one of them.
Right.
What are you doing with Von Miller?
Right.
You got the charges, you got the lack of production, you got the massive contract he has. What are you going to do with Bills corner Tre'Davious White? He's coming back from his second major injury. He's going to cost you a lot of money. There's a way to release him and save a whole bunch of cash.
Yeah.
Rasul Douglas, who they traded for at the trade deadline, has been playing out of his mind. He could be a replacement there.
Right.
But he's also the first draft pick that Sean McDermott ever made. Everybody loves Tre'Davious White
he's
inside
fan
that
favorite
dressing
for
room.
sure.
And fans as well.
Yeah.
What do you do about Micah Hyde and Jordan Poyer? Like, these are all big questions that don't have a
They
right
could be
answer.
gone?
Yeah, well, I mean, look,
I thought they were locked in for a little while.
they're under contract,
Right.
but there have been
Production-wise,
times,
you're
yes,
saying?
in this season where you start to wonder, can you replace those guys and find somebody cheaper and better? The more you win, the longer this season goes, the less people think about that, and the more time you have to be like, don't worry about it.
Right.
The second the season's over, not only do you have people coming for Sean McDermott, you have to answer these very, very, very hard questions.
Yeah. Good luck.
It is kind of weird though how after that whole report came out about Sean McDermott really specifically.
Being a pain in the ass.
Well, yeah, just controversial stuff that he said and did, and just the team in general. It really feels like that was like a rallying point for him though, and players who really were very outspoken in supporting him and saying like they wanted him to be there. They don't believe, because I feel like if they had a bad relationship with Sean McDermott, everybody would have gone silent on
So
that.
wait a minute.
You mean
yeah.
the team?
The team,
Yeah.
I'm saying.
So that was right before Kansas City, right? Yeah, because it was the bye
believe
week.
so, yeah.
So they have not lost a game
Yeah.
since that article came out.
Isn't that wild?
That's a great point.
Thank
I
you,
just
article.
think that, for a while,
Write
people
another
were,
one.
People were questioning.
Suck.
I think before that, people really questioned, maybe, has Sean McDermott lost the locker room? Do players still respect him? Is there drama going on behind the scenes that nobody knows about? And then that happened, and all the players kind of rallied around him to support him and come out and defend him. And it kind of felt like, okay, well, maybe that put some of those questions to rest
That's
in
a
a way.
great point. I wonder what he said to motivate them. Actually, you know what? Don't tell me.
Yeah.
All right.
I don't want to know. All right. Bills Dolphins 8:20 live right here on CMF. You can watch the Sunday night. You can watch the game with Kimmy at the Bill Grace Tap Room in Brockport. We do have a football Friday we got to get through.
All right.
Tommy will be making his picks for the first time since before Christmas.
Yeah.
That'll be just after 7:40, 7:45 for a Tommy Tells It Like It Is.
Biggest picks of my life.
Are you ready for this?
Oh, yeah.
There's a ton of moving parts.
I know Miami.
No, you don't actually. There's a ton of
lot of time
names
down
that you need to know that will not be or could be in this game that will factor into your decisions.
Oh, really?
Name
Sure,
three.
we do.
Name 3 Dolphins. Go.
Yeah, you got your Shulas.
Shula's. The only Shula in this game is on the Bills staff. I'm not kidding.
Wait, Don Shula's kids on the
Shula's
staff?
kid is an advisor for the Buffalo Bills.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Wow.
A football expert, like I assumed you knew that, being the football expert.
I did. The one Shula fact I didn't have.
Hey, Tommy Tells It Like It Is, just after 7:40, 7:45. And from 95.7 The Fan, Mike Danger. And from the Let's Go Duffalo podcast, Ryan Duffy.
Ryan Duffy.
Then we'll be in after 9 to recap those picks here on a Football Friday on CMF. Speaking of Friday, you know what's coming.
Oh, we gonna creep it out, buddy.
That's right. We got a creep cap coming at you, and you lucked out here.
How?
You lucked out that your wife did this other thing that you did at the same time. Because if she found out
Yeah.
that you did this behind her back,
Yeah.
and that she actually wanted to watch this with you, there are people that believe, Tommy, this is just as bad as cheating in a relationship.
Oh, you never walked in on a cheater then.
We'll get to it next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. There are 3 major rules in a relationship.
Yeah, what's going on?
1, don't sleep with anybody else.
There you go.
2, be there for them when things get bad.
Mm-hmm.
And 3, never watch a show on any streaming service or anything like that without them.
Okay.
The third one has caused a bit of an issue in a break room household.
Yeah.
Because it turns out that 2 people went behind each other's backs only to discover they could have been in on this together the whole time.
Yeah.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. We'll get to that story in just a second, but it's Friday.
Yeah, buddy.
Man, you know what I've missed this holiday season?
What'd you miss?
Creep. Well, crap also.
Crappy, creepy?
What's the difference,
Creepy,
really?
crappy?
Tommy's been sitting on his creepy hands with nothing being able to say when he was at home. But now he gets to get it all out again. Sit back and enjoy all the disgusting things Tommy said all week long. It's a creep cap, and it happens now on CMF.
Yeah. Oh, man. All right. God. All right. How hard? Okay. All right. I love it. Wait, you like fudgesicles?
I love fudgesicles.
Why did you tell me?
Telling you now.
My God. I got this delicious kiosk.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Where is it?
It's in the men's room.
What's it called?
It's called Uncle Tommy's Fudgesicle Shop. Sauce.
If they have a pile of potatoes just lying on the side of the grill, sitting there. If there is a vat of lard with meat in it that they will put over the top.
Wait, your mom was there? Oh, she liked the meat.
Most people listening have ended up here at some point in their lives after a night out.
You talking about pubes? Yeah, I mean, when I was a kid and I was looking at pornography, I was staining my britches walking out of the store. Like, that don't happen anymore. I would take purple urine if I could eat whatever I want.
Worst Prince song of all time, by the way. Purple urine, purple urine. 7 of them, as a matter of fact.
There's 7 things we're doing wrong.
And this woman, Gary.
I didn't have 7 things going on during sex. You got 2 dreamboats in your life.
You do. 2 sexy pieces of beef.
You got daddy beef and hubby beef. With a box of Omaha. There's going to be some eggnog on that ass. Noggin mama. I told you, like, my stuff, it looks like, you know, like I told you when there's those eruptions in Hawaii and you see the lava slowly going across the road to take out the mailbox. Like, but it takes like 10 minutes.
Yeah, man, I don't need to think about your penis slowly ejecting lava. Ugh. By the way, same effect on the environment, whether it's lava or Tommy's back.
You're going to lose your mailbox?
Stop putting it in my mailbox, man.
It's so good to be a creep.
There it is, the creep cap on CMF. So, Tommy, you were saying, well, you had a lot of time to kill.
Yeah. There's a lot of good stuff I kind of banked on Netflix, you know, to my list.
So, for those who don't know, if you don't listen to the show on a regular basis, Tommy loves streaming.
I'm a big Netflicker.
Huge. Like, he will watch everything that nobody else wants to watch.
And I get stressed because I got so much in the bottom on my list now that I got to get to.
So, you also have this thing about watching certain things alone.
Yeah. Well, I know my wife's not going to like this. You know, there's certain things she's not going to dig. And I know there's things we're both going to really like.
Okay, so there was something you wanted to watch that you assumed your wife would not like.
Yeah, it was this like end of the world thing where like all the internet goes down.
Oh, it's that movie with is it not Julia
Roberts?
Julia Roberts. Yeah.
Okay, all right.
So I ended up watching it.
So you watched it without your wife?
Yeah.
You did not tell your wife you were going to watch it?
Right. But I didn't think it was her style. She doesn't like the end of the world sci-fi. It's just not her thing.
I didn't think that was your thing either.
Well, I wasn't, but this one was kind of cool because I had a big boat that was going to crash. And they teased the big boat. And I go, I got to see when this boat hits the beach, man. It's going to look wicked, right?
Tommy, also a big boat guy.
Yeah.
So what you're doing here is a dangerous game.
Right. But I didn't know I was doing it.
Well, look, there's an unwritten rule that exists in every relationship, and don't play stupid, man.
But you know there's certain things your wife
discuss this first, though, usually, right?
No, but this is what pisses me off. And this is every guy. You'll start watching something, and your wife will go, oh, I want to watch that. And you go, save it. Then you'll start watching it together, and she'll go, you know what? You can watch this without me. It's not really my thing. Yeah, I wanted to watch it a week ago, but I had to stop because you thought you may want to watch it. It's really frustrating. Right, they'll get 10 minutes in and go, I don't like this.
So you could just keep watching it then.
No, because now we got to switch to something else because we're both watching television.
Okay, look, I agree with you. We'll get deeper into this in a second, but the international streaming relationship law is before you start something new on a streaming service, you have to make sure. You cannot guess. You have to ensure.
So I got to take everything I got on that list.
Yes.
Honey, You want to watch The Last Days of Hitler? No, probably not. Do you want to see how submarines were made in World War II? No, probably not. But I'm not going to break down everything.
You have to.
Why? It just saves. I mean, all it does is just confirm it for you.
It's a waste of my time
It's
and
not
hers.
that hard to just ask, hey, do you want to watch this?
We found out in a study a few months ago, there are a significant amount of Americans who see watching streaming shows without asking your partner just as bad as cheating.
Right.
Just as bad.
Right.
So you go and you watch this movie without your wife.
Right.
And
So then I'm telling she saw it at the end. She goes, oh, yeah, I love that. I go, what do you mean you love that? She goes, yeah, I watched that last night when you were sleeping. Because I go to bed so early, she watches things in the evening.
So
I go,
got
you
mad.
like that? And she goes, that was okay. So she watched it, and I watched it separately when we could have watched it together.
So what did you
But
learn?
that's your fault,
Well,
though.
it's also her fault because she didn't ask him.
Right. But it's out of her wheelhouse.
She watched it without
But
you.
she watched
I
it.
think because it was Julia Roberts, she was in.
Well,
I
it's
do.
just-
I think the power of that actress,
Okay.
she was in on it.
Maybe
For
your
her,
wife
it was
also.
the power. For her, it was the power of Julia Roberts. For you, it was the power of a big old boat.
Bro, that
Maybe she was
scene.
also fascinated by the boat.
No, she's not a boat person. She's out on boats.
So both of you did something terrible.
Yeah.
You both
You're
went
both
behind
guilty.
each other's back
Yes, we
to
did.
watch this thing without asking each other
We did.
when the entire time both of you wanted to watch it.
But I think I do this a lot, thinking that she's not going to like it.
So what did you learn?
Nothing. I'm going to do it again. I'll do it again.
The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Do you assume when it comes to streaming, you know what your partner likes and what you can watch alone? And are you always right? Because you obviously were not right here, Tommy.
No.
Your wife was not right. And you lucked out that she was also sneaky and dishonest. Because if
look at that.
she came to you
Yeah.
and said, hey, we should start watching this movie that you're describing, you would have a serious situation on your hands.
Yes, we would.
You would either,
I had to fake it.
oh, wait, so you wouldn't admit that you watched it.
No,
You would lie.
no, I would tell her. Eventually, it would come out.
Yeah, I was gonna say it would be hard, even if you up front lied about it, to not say, "Oh, watch this, watch
Yeah.
this, watch what happens
Ooh.
here."
Especially this guy.
Wait till you see that boat hit the beach. God damn.
Kimmy, do you and your husband have a discussion before either of you start any streaming show or movie?
No, but I watch most of these things by myself. My
'Cause you
husband,
know.
well, my husband he's not a big like TV watcher, and it really pisses me off. Like he doesn't like to watch anything. Like there are certain things maybe he'd be
Well, he's a
interested
big sports
in,
guy.
but he gets bored with stuff. So like we'll even start watching something together, and he'll just get bored. And
Which is
he'll be like, you
amazing.
can watch the rest without me.
That would piss me off because your husband watches baseball.
Yeah,
And
no, I know.
There's nothing. How could you watch
I know.
baseball? Call anything else boring on television?
I know.
No, but I'm with him. Like, my wife watches almost
No,
everything
he's like
without
Pat.
me.
Like he'll think he's interested in something. He's just not a big like TV streamer. He just doesn't not interested.
But here's the weirdest thing that my wife does. Like, along the lines of you have to have someone with you while you're, your partner with you. My wife will not watch things, even by herself, unless I'm in the same room with her. Like, she's been
Really?
watching. She's been watching.
She just wants to watch it alongside you.
I guess, and she won't even put it on the TV. Like, she's been watching The Crown. She just
Yeah.
finished up The Crown.
Yeah,
Right?
don't tell me how it ends because I'm 2 episodes back.
She will wait until nighttime in bed
Yeah.
when I am trying to fall asleep or watching a sporting event, and then put it on her phone. And she doesn't wear headphones.
Well, she doesn't watch it on the TV.
No, and I tell her, like, I'll put it on for you. 'cause
Wait, she doesn't even with earbuds in?
No. I'll be trying to go to sleep
Oh, that would drive me crazy.
at like 7 o'clock in the morning or 7
Yeah.
o'clock, 8 o'clock at night.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I gotta get up at 2:30. And then he went into the palace. Bro, she used to do it with Game of Thrones, which is the loudest.
yeah, and violent.
Sex, swords.
Bloods and boobs all over the place.
Like, you guys were breaking down an episode of The Crown the other day, and I was like, I know exactly what you're talking about because I heard all of the story while I was trying to fall asleep. But even my wife, who knows I will not watch it, wants me physically next to her, it seems, while she's
we're
watching
fine.
it.
So I get up so
No.
early in the morning, like even on the weekends and when
Yeah.
we were off.
Mm-hmm.
I'm up at 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. I'll watch entire shows, episodes. I'll blow through a season in 2 days in
Yeah.
the morning without waking her up. So yeah, to that point, I'm not gonna wake her up and go, hey, you want to see this? It's a really cool episode about insert war movie.
Well, but then you have to wait. It's not that you watch
I
it
ain't
and you
waiting.
wait.
It's 4 o'clock in the morning. What am I gonna do?
You wait
Pitch
until
black, freezing ass cold outside. What am I doing?
Yeah, I'd rather watch by myself because I don't need because if my husband's in the room and he's bored with it or he starts to pay attention, I don't need the commentary about how stupid it is.
It is pretty stupid, though. Pretty stupid.
I'd be like, oh, that's dumb. Why did she say that? That's stupid.
No,
why is this interesting? I'm like, just let me have this. If you want to, just sit here quietly on your phone, which you were doing before.
I'll be watching something. My wife will walk in. What's this about? Eleanor Roosevelt. What's it about? Eleanor Roosevelt. You want to break down Eleanor Roosevelt? 20 minutes of Eleanor Roosevelt? And as soon as I start talking, she goes, oh, well, you watch it. Like she said, she's just bored with my description of it.
Do you understand what she's trying to do there?
What?
She's trying to insert herself into your
And then she walks away.
No, because you're being a dick about it.
No, I'm being cool.
No, you're not. Eleanor Roosevelt, what's it about? Eleanor Roosevelt, you want me to explain Eleanor Roosevelt? Oh, I don't want to watch it. See, I knew you would like it.
1940s global politics.
See, that's condescending.
Okay, let's talk about put a pin because we're going there. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Tommy wanted to watch the Big Boat movie, also known as the End of the World movie with Julia Roberts,
yeah.
right? He thought his wife wouldn't want to watch it, so he watched it behind her back, only to find out a couple days later she did the same thing to him. They both were secretly watching streaming shows without one another that they could have watched together, and if she would have wanted to see it and found out you watched it without her, you would have had a major relationship situation on your hands. There is a reason you wanted to watch this alone. And it
Which
ain't
one?
The boat movie.
What?
And it ain't, I don't think she'd like it.
Right.
There are some things that you and your partner will want to watch for different reasons.
Right.
And I'll give you an example.
What's that?
Oppenheimer was one of the big movies from last year.
Yeah, bigger bomb than your sets.
Oh. You can watch it at home now. And my wife wants to sit down with me and watch Oppenheimer. And I know this is going to be a bad idea.
Why is that?
I will be watching Oppenheimer for different reasons than my wife, which will ruin the experience.
I can't imagine a woman wanting to watch Oppenheimer, period.
I'm backing away
Wow,
from
here
that.
we go.
There's no, I mean, it's a technical movie about a bomb
It
that
was
incinerates
one-
100 million,
Yes, but it was-
100,000 people in a
100
second.
million people. You should watch it and learn a little something.
Well, I got the math wrong, but you know what I mean.
We killed all 100 million Japanese.
There's a reason it was one of the biggest box office hits in years because it wasn't just men in the theater. They made it for everybody. They made it interesting to everybody if you didn't know the story.
Okay, excuse me, with your Oppenheimer.
So I want to see Oppenheimer for the history of
Yeah.
it. And my wife wants to watch Oppenheimer for the drama of it. And when we're done watching stuff,
Don't tell me how it ends.
my wife likes to talk about what we just watched after. And it's going to cause an issue because I'm not going to be interested in what she's talking about, and she's not going to be interested in what I'm talking about. And I can try and fake it, but we've been married almost 14 years now. She sees right through that, so there's going to be a little fight. But there will also be a fight if I want to watch it without her and I don't say anything, so I don't know what the better way to do it is.
Just watch the damn thing together.
No, that'll cause a major problem.
You can't watch it together?
No. I'm telling
Why?
you.
Because you're gonna. No, I know what Pat's gonna do. Because this is what he does with every movie that's based on a true story. He wants to tell you why that's not true.
Do
that's
the story.
Wrong.
Do
that's,
the right story.
That's exaggerated.
Do the
that
right
person
story.
didn't say that.
Do it. Why make a true story if it's not a true
Well,
story?
but it's Hollywood. They got to make it interesting.
Well, then just read the goddamn story without the movie.
Why don't you go watch the book?
Bro, my wife made me sit down and watch the Queen biopic, and it drove me out of my mind because it's so wrong. It's so wrong, and I was insanely upset. And I didn't want to say it in the first place. So I'm with Tommy now. There is also a massive... I'm sorry, go ahead. What were you going to say?
There is one other thing that really bugs me when my husband does this is I will tell him, like, you're going to love this. Like, we should watch this. I think this is something you'd be interested in. No. Somebody at, like, work or something will tell him about it. He'll come and be like, you know what I heard was really good? I'm like, yes, I've been telling you about this for weeks. Now you want to watch it?
Yeah.
No, but wait a minute. wait a minute.
My endorsement of this thing isn't good enough for you.
It's like all of
I
a
need
sudden
a
he's
second
hearing
opinion.
about it for the first time.
But
my Blue Cross Blue Shield.
I think that's fair, though.
No,
it's not.
Here's why. Wait a minute. You're on her side now?
Yeah. Like, if I say something's good, you don't need a second opinion, man.
All right, look, let's use you and I and our wives as an example, right? If my wife comes to me, I know what my wife likes and I know what she doesn't like.
Yeah.
And you know what your wife likes and what she doesn't like. So if our spouses come to us and they say, hey, I think you're going to like this thing, I'm aware of your taste, so I'm going to be skeptical.
Yeah.
You and I have tastes that are more similar to each other.
Yeah.
So if you come to me, I'm more likely to trust your opinion on entertainment.
But I wouldn't take that back to my wife and go, you know what? Pat says I would like this, so I will now watch this with you. Like, I needed Pat's permission to go watch this movie with you. That's so
It is.
rude.
It is.
That's rude. You just said, I don't know why any woman would want to watch Oppenheimer,
did say
and
that.
that's the
It's a bomb movie from World War II in the desert. It's got to be. I mean, I would love it. I know my wife would hate this movie. I know she would. She
Again.
would be bored with it.
Again, but they make it entertaining for everybody.
All right.
And my wife just texted me and said she wants to see it because Cillian Murphy's her celebrity crush.
There's also that.
Which I don't get. The guy's just angles.
He does have a very angular face.
He's got a
What role?
triangle face.
What
How
does
is
he
that
play?
sexy? He plays Oppenheimer, you idiot.
The skinny little
Thank
scientist.
you. That guy's good looking?
Did you ever see a picture of actual
Yeah, I did.
Oppenheimer?
Oh, see, he's doing what I do when you're not yelling at him.
He's my height.
See?
Take another 30
You are-
pounds off and put him in a
You're
loose
ruining
suit.
He's not sexy.
That's not what he really looks
You
like.
wouldn't really want to knob Oppenheimer.
No. Why do you think he worked so much on the bomb?
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Sandy. Oh, sorry. Hold on. Sandy, you're on CMF. What's up?
Hi.
Hey.
I just wanted to say about the conversation. As of now, Oppenheimer looks like it's a pretty BA movie. I would watch it for the history aspect of it.
Okay.
And also, the movie runs along pretty well with the actual history.
Okay.
And-
So
So
I
she's a
wouldn't.
science nerd.
So, but that's the person I would want to watch this with.
Right, but that's not a chick.
Sandy, what are you doing tomorrow night?
You're married.
Yeah, no, I was a joke, Sandy. But go on. You were going to
She's
say.
like,
Yeah,
no,
she's going to
thank
be a
you.
load of laughs to hang out with.
I know you were just kidding. But also about the watching things behind your significant other's back. So I would watch shows with my ex-husband, and he would be like, he'd start a show, and he'd say, hey, I got the show I think you're interested in. So he'd go to bed because he was working at the time, and I would be up watching the episodes. But I would end up rewinding them back to where they were. He didn't know that I actually watched
And
them.
now
That
you're,
is-
and now
that
you're
is a different
divorced.
level.
And now
Yeah.
you're divorced. So what did we learn?
By
What
the
did we
way,
learn, Sandy?
we're going back 30 years ago. You had to rewind it.
She said streaming. I think it was.
No, she said
No,
rewind
but
it.
what else would you call it?
I did say rewind, but I meant to put it right back to the beginning.
I love when
Yeah.
you call her
I thought
a
you were
science
talking like
nerd,
a
and you take
VHS
issue
tape.
with the
I know.
term rewind, you dick. Oh, it sounds like Tommy's a load of laughs. What did you rewind it? Sandy, thanks for the call. Good luck on your hunt for a new beau.
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
All
Bye.
right. Bye. It's not going to be me because you're married.
no dude's lining up for that.
How do you know? Sandy could be a very nice young lady.
Smoky Sandy. Yeah. We got Facebook messages coming in. Brian writes us as we talk about watching streaming services without your partner.
Yeah.
He says, we have Paramount Plus. I got to watch the Bills game last month, but my wife doesn't know we have it. I get to watch whatever I want on there when she's not around, and she'll never know. If you don't tell them, they can't get mad.
So wait, so they.
He's hiding a
just
streaming
watches.
service
Oh,
from
all
his
right.
wife.
Oh, a whole
Damn.
service.
Well, he
I
said
didn't know.
he-
How do you do that?
He said he got it for the Bills game, and his wife doesn't know they have it.
But when you turn on, if you have a smart TV, it kind of shows you all your options.
No, well, I have ones that I don't subscribe to that just came with the,
Sometimes
yeah,
they're
yeah.
on there, yeah.
So if you didn't subscribe to it
All right.
before and you don't tell your partner, your
Okay.
wife, your husband,
All right.
there is a massive double standard when it comes to men and women and the idea of watching stuff together. Because, Tommy, if you or I want to watch something
Mm-hmm.
and our spouses get bored with it in 30 minutes, they can get up, walk away, their experience is
Yeah.
done. If our ladies want to watch something and we get bored in 30 minutes, we are still committed to the entire movie or series.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, you're handcuffed. To it.
Right? Men are not allowed to tap out on stuff we don't want to
Mm-hmm.
watch with our women. And I know you said your husband doesn't, and that means you're probably going to get divorced too.
Because he doesn't watch my shows.
Yeah, if
Again, I prefer it that way, though. Like, if I know you're not going to be interested, I don't want you to watch it because you're just going to tell me how stupid it is.
Okay.
No, I don't even make smug comments or nothing. I just sit there.
Okay, tell one more thing.
Go ahead.
Oh, no, you were going to say, I'm sorry.
Oh, I was going to say, I can't, even if I hate the movie I'm watching, I still finish it.
Really?
Yeah, I have a tough time turning it off because I'm like, all right, well, I've committed an hour, so let's finish this thing.
So, like, I used to be like your husband where I would openly make comments about how stupid something
Yeah.
was because everything, I love my wife, everything she likes I think is stupid.
Okay.
All the
Well, it's
streaming
all the
services.
stuff Tommy and I like.
Exactly, and it's all stupid.
That's offensive.
So, now I have been able to stop making those comments.
Wow.
But my wife knows I'm thinking them.
Yeah, you can't hide it.
No, but she'll stare at me. And I'll be like, what? And I'll be like, nothing. What? And she'll like,
You've conditioned her
She's
to look
getting
for your
goaded.
reaction.
no, she'll goad me until
Yeah.
I say it, and then she'll get pissed at me for saying it. And you did this, lady.
Yeah.
I'm willing to be here and bite the bullet, but you did this.
Well, because you already opened up your mouth before.
Well, yeah, but I'm trying
You
to
have priors.
trying to be a better man.
I understand.
It's like taking a guy who was arrested for shoplifting and be like, you want this?
you want it.
Nobody's looking. Let's take a break.
All right.
There is an issue with an east side town and a park.
Oh.
Well, and it doesn't involve dudes and penises.
All right.
No, that's right where your mind went for some reason. There have been folks the last month and a half that have been walking through and finding something horrific.
Horrific.
And it's got people scared. Despite the fact
How
that
they find it?
I'm going to tell you what they found. Despite the fact that the town is coming out and saying, hey, everything is fine,
Right.
nothing to see
This
here.
horrific thing.
We'll tell you what town, we'll tell you what park, and we'll tell you what people have been stumbling upon over and over again.
Yikes.
Next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. There are some folks from an east side town that are very alarmed.
What happened?
Well, when you hear the story, you'll understand why. But no matter why this is happening to these animals, and despite the fact that the town says everything is okay, this would be enough to keep you from spending time in this place.
So it's like gruesome or something?
Maybe gruesome's the road. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF just after 7:40, 7:45. It is the biggest football Friday of the season.
Well, it's a playoff game.
Yeah, that's a good point. For all intents and purposes. Second seed or potentially no playoffs at all. And there's a lot of moving parts here. It's going to take only the smartest football expert we know to figure out how this plays out. A Tommy Tells It Like It Is. Win or Die edition. Coming up just after 7:45 here on a Football Friday on CMF. Geese are dying in Webster.
Like those Canadian geese, you say?
You got it, yeah. Specifically at Sexton Memorial Park.
What's making them die there?
So that's just it.
They crashing or something?
Crashing? Oh, no.
Boom.
Over 24 geese
Wow, holy crap.
have been found dead inside the park. Now, we don't
And
know
their geese are huge.
the big old geese.
Man, some bloated dead goose.
We don't know the timeline here, which I think is important because it's one thing to find one dead goose every day for 24 days. It's another to come upon a pile of 24 dead geese at once.
Right.
If anybody knows, the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263.
It looks like some kind of like bird religious cult.
Yeah, like did they eat something poisonous?
That has to be it.
Okay.
They got a hold of some bad
But they
berries,
all
bro.
ate it? Yeah.
Yeah, well, why wouldn't they, right?
Yeah.
We have what might be the information that I'll give you in a second.
What'd I say?
I'm going to tell you in a second. Before we get there,
Yeah.
folks in Webster are scared. They're concerned.
Oh,
and
this is
it's-
North Ponds Park?
What's that?
Is that up there in North Ponds Park?
No, I don't. I told you the park.
He just
Which
said
part?
it.
Sexton Memorial Park.
Oh, Sexton Park. That's a bad park, bro.
Folks in Webster have been talking, and the town has had to come out and tell people, and I quote, the park is still very safe to use, despite the fact that the dead geese are there.
But you wouldn't let your... If you cut a dog loose, he's going to run right over there to that stuff.
Yeah, probably. So you don't cut your dog loose, I guess.
I
don't think you're allowed to cut your dog loose in the park anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you do.
Although the experts don't know for sure what is killing the geese, they have a theory.
Okay.
They're speculating that it's avian bird flu.
Oh. They all just died at the same time?
Well, again, we don't know if it's the same time or it's
Yeah.
been over days.
All right.
Now, they have taken some of the dead geese and they're doing tests on them as we speak to see if that's the case,
All
confirm
right.
that there's avian bird flu.
Is that... Can we get it?
So bird flu transmission in humans is of low risk, according to the expert in the story on News 8. In fact, the last confirmed case of bird flu in a human was all the way back in 2022. That was nationwide, if I'm not mistaken. But bird flu has been going around to the point where Seneca Park Zoo is keeping their penguins inside the penguin encampment.
So it's like bird COVID?
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, because I know like they were warning you like if you have chickens or anything like that.
Yeah. Although
they
I
could
haven't
be
seen
exposed.
I haven't seen Big Bird in a while, so I don't know what's going on with that. But here's the thing.
Right.
Even if you don't have a risk of getting sick from these geese that are dying in the park in Webster,
Yeah.
do you want to spend time
No.
where you just might come across a bunch of dead birds?
No, there's plenty of other parks I'm going to go walk in. I don't want to see that.
Well, and I would also be nervous because you talk about like walking your dog around. Like if you're not 100% sure what's killing these geese, I don't know if I want my dog sniffing around.
Do you want your kids to see a pile of dead birds?
Okay, again, I said pile as a joke. I don't know if there was a pile
Or
of
it's
dead
been
geese.
like one by one.
And why would they die in a pile?
Well, they hang out with next to each other.
But
they
why
fly
would one get
together.
on
Why
top-
wouldn't they hang
What
out
are you-
together?
I'm going to die. Let me climb on top of these three.
I don't know what. But imagine explaining a dead bird to a little kid.
Well, the bird died. That would
Right,
actually.
yeah. It happens once in a while. Oh, here's another one. Oh, here's another one. Oh, here's another one. Yeah.
It might be easier to explain death to a kid when it's a bird.
I wouldn't know what to tell them.
The bird died.
Was it go to heaven?
Yeah, all birds go to heaven. It was that less popular follow-up of the dog movie.
If the bird goes to heaven and craps on something sacred, does it then go to hell?
No, you don't have to poop in heaven. You don't poop in heaven.
Oh.
Remember that Clapton song? Would you know my name? There's no poop in heaven. You remember?
Yeah. I forgot about that. All right.
Anyway, away from the kids. There is something very unsettling to most people, especially in a town like Webster, coming across any dead animal.
What's that?
The fact that there's a dead animal sitting in front of you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's another one of those city, suburb, country things. Because, like, you country folks, you see dead animals all the time.
They
You
deal with it, yeah.
You make hats out of them.
Right.
Someone in the city or the suburbs sees a dead animal, kills a dead animal with their car, that's like a 3 therapy session minimum.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right?
It would bug me.
Like, if I were to find a dead animal in my backyard, I would be tempted to call someone to come and get it instead of taking care of it
Yeah, it
myself.
depends
I don't
on
know
how
what
big
the-
it is. Yeah. I mean, if I can get it with the shovel.
Can I get sick? I don't know. I don't want to touch it.
You know what it is? Like, let's say there's a dead fox in my backyard. Like, if I pick it up with a shovel and it, like, falls apart on me, I'm gonna, yeah, thank you. I'm gonna, I'm gonna, no! And then the bug potential, like the bugs.
Good point, yeah.
A fox is going to be too big to shovel. Like, once you get it past bunny, yeah.
So you're calling someone from a fox? For a fox? Sissy
Yeah,
bitch.
probably, yeah.
Sissy ass suburban bitch.
Yeah.
Pittsford ass non-fox digging a hole, burying it ass bitch.
That's the size of a dog.
Yeah. But people dig holes for dogs that
Yeah,
die
but they
in them.
usually like wrap them in a blanket. There's like some ceremonial thing because you have a relationship with that dog. That's some scuzzy ass slutty fox.
What, it died of VD?
All foxes are sluts. They are the sluts of the wild kingdom.
You talk about not knowing what to do when you find a dead animal. Like my husband and I, we came across like, I don't even know what to call it, like a mummified like bird or bat or something. But
Just been laying there.
this dead animal like near our gutter was like the topic of discussion for us for like a week and a half. Like, I don't know what to do with it. What should we do with it? Just make sure the dog doesn't go near it. I should be calling an expert. I don't know what to do. And then like we were deciding like, is it a bat? Is it a bird? Well, I don't know. It kind of looked like a bat. It was too big to be a bird.
So outside of the PXY studios here where we work, a bird must have flown into the window and died because there was a dead bird that was on the sidewalk for months because no one would go near it.
Yeah.
No one would touch it. No one would pick it. All you had to do was like chuck it in the garbage can.
Yeah, but and there's guys that work around here that do stuff around here.
Nobody touched it. Like, it became like a joke. Like, the bird was decomposing a little more every single day. And it was there for weeks, man. Weeks.
So we have bait traps around the yard for the mice. So they're out in the yard. And every once in a while, you'll come across one that is in its last moments.
Oh, it's not dead yet.
But it's near death.
Okay.
Like, it's just kind of like breathing. And it's like, it breaks my heart.
You set the trap.
I know. They're bait traps. They eat the stuff and then they die.
Yeah, no, I know.
So then I got to go get the shovel and into the woods.
While it's alive?
What do you want me to do,
Let
man?
it die at least.
Oh, dignity. It's a mouse.
You just said it bothered you.
It did. But I also got to get it out. I can't because the dog gets a hold.
No, I get it. It's just funny. Like, I want these things dead. Oh, my God, it's dying.
I know. I don't want to see it. I just don't want them in the house.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Over the last couple of weeks, there have been multiple dead geese found at Sexton Memorial Park in Webster. Folks think it's bird flu. They're testing the bird carcasses as we speak to get a confirmation. The town says everything is okay. Bird flu transmission in people is low. There hasn't been one in America since 2022.
Yeah, I think you had to physically handle them to get sick.
Did you just make that up? Could we not make up facts about medical stuff?
I know there are countries where a lot of people have birds like that they handle, like in the city and in the suburb, like live birds.
Sure, yeah.
And those people do get bird flu, and I think it's China that can get bird flu because they handle the bird.
There are enough radio shows in this town that make up medical facts. Can we not be one of them?
I'm telling you.
Yeah, and I'm telling you what I just said.
And I'm telling you what I said.
Well, good.
Don't touch the bird.
252. Yeah, that's a good advice.
That's
Don't
good
touch
advice.
the
That's all
bird.
I'm saying.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Jimmy. Hey, Jimmy, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, listen, the first thing I got to say, is it bird flu? Because I see these birds like in the canal at Pittsford. I see them at Marketplace all over, and they're not dead. So you wonder, is it just them? And
Wait, hold on. Stop.
Jimmy hasn't seen a dead bird.
Pause. Are you arguing it's not bird flu because all the birds aren't dead?
Well, I don't know. I mean, you expect to find some other ones dead, a few here and there. I mean, other than what people kill. And then you mentioned, these animals laying around. They used to pick up the dead deer and everything else. I go around now, you could see a dead deer on the side of the highway for like months before they get to it.
All right, so just to be clear, Jimmy, you called up to argue it's not bird flu because there's living birds. And then you said, then you wanted to bitch about the highway department.
Yeah, I don't want to stop there. Egg prices going to go up next. I mean, the hell with the dead birds? I'm worried about my eggs.
Yeah, do you eat a lot of goose eggs, Jimmy?
Yeah.
No, but remember the chicken eggs that went up? Because it spreads from bird to bird.
Yeah, it turns out there was Jimmy. It turns out there was a lawsuit, and the egg producers were colluding to raise prices.
Oh.
They had to end up paying a settlement for it. It was never inflation. They were doing it on purpose.
No, according to Twitter, I think it was Hunter Biden.
Yeah. Jimmy, great call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
Bye.
Okay, awesome. I don't think it's bird flu because I've seen other birds.
Don't run them all.
By the way, they cured cancer because we didn't all die of cancer.
So true.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Tom. Hey, Tom, what's going on, buddy?
Good morning, gents. How are we doing today?
Good, man. What's going on?
Tommy.
Good. Well, about a month or so ago, we're sitting there with the family, my wife and kids. We're all sitting eating dinner. And all of a sudden, I look over at the stove, and there's a mouse standing on the stove.
Wait, like standing up?
Like alive.
Like it's a person?
No,
Yeah.
He's just on his hind legs. He's just kind of looking around.
Right.
And I started to laugh. My wife was like, "What are you laughing about?" I go, "Are you kidding me? We're all sitting here having dinner. He climbs up on the stove. It's just like he's flipping me off." I go, that's a ballsy little dude. I almost feel bad I'm going to have to kill him.
I would have let him go. I mean, I'm with you on that, man. You got like a Stuart Little situation in your kitchen.
I laughed by it. It was the funniest thing. I go, I just look like, I got to have respect for the guy.
All right.
But then you murdered him.
Then I murdered him. That's the way it goes.
Tom, thanks for the call, buddy. I appreciate it. I wouldn't even get to that point in my house. My wife would be grabbing everything she could to try and slaughter that thing.
Yeah, my wife goes full Joe Pesci when she sees something in the house.
Funny how?
You're in my house on my stove.
We got Facebook messages coming in talking about all these dead geese being found at a park in Webster. The town, says everything is okay. They believe it's avian bird flu. They're making sure it's getting tested. The park is safe, but you still could come across a bunch of dead geese.
Right.
Rick writes us on Facebook, why does anyone care about dead geese? Those things are mean and nasty. I'm not here to say kill them, but I'm not shedding a tear over a single dead goose. I think Rick makes a valid point here.
I never tangled with a wild goose.
Really? I thought everyone in Rochester had a goose story.
I mean, they hiss at you when you walk by the other chicks.
We're under constant goose attack.
But they just hiss at you.
They're the most smug of all birds.
All right.
Is that a fair statement?
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you name me as more smug bird than a goose?
Yeah, but you always know where they're hanging out. You know what I mean?
But
Just avoid that area.
And if they don't have their chicks with them, they're pretty lame.
Oh, no. My balls, man. There are people.
Well, don't put your balls next to them.
How many stories do we get of people like, a bunch of geese will pick a parking lot. You got to get out of your car to go to work, and now you're running in because they're and then, like, Henrietta is full of geese.
You guys do have a
According to
lot
Jimmy,
of geese
yeah.
out there.
Like, on Jefferson Road, right where the old IHOP was, now it's a dispensary. Those geese will cross the road back and forth.
They walk.
To the Pond of the Mall.
But those geese are duck.
Those are geese.
Right.
They take so long. And I know they know what they're doing. You got wings, man. You could fly over the road, but you insist on being a dick.
It is kind of cute.
Bro, you're holding up.
The little ones are adorable.
You're holding up dozens of cars of traffic on Jefferson Road in the middle of the day so you can slowly walk across the street. And if I'm going to remember that woman that got out to try and help the baby ones and the mother attacked her?
Well, you don't touch the babies, idiot woman.
Trying to help.
And she's a mother.
What do geese do to help us around here? Like, bats are scary and annoying.
I mean, they're all part of the ecosystem, right?
But what is it?
I don't
What's
know.
their part? Because, like, bats eat mosquitoes. Bats are scary and people hate them, but if we didn't have bats, we'd have more mosquitoes and more disease. Why do we need geese?
I don't know.
If geese went away forever, how would that change my day
I know
to
they're
day?
tasty.
Yeah, we've talked about this. You can hunt geese in other states.
They're very, very tasty. And they almost taste like pork.
Have you had goose? A fat Christmas goose?
Oh, yeah. And duck. Goose and duck, it's greasy. It's like nothing but dark meat.
Oh.
It's delicious.
All right, I'm in.
I'm sure you are.
Let's eat a goose. We got more Facebook messages coming in. This man asked me not to use his name.
All right. Well, he's got some secret goose fact.
He says, my wife found one of these dead geese walking with a friend and came home crying. I thought a friend of her had died until she told me it was a goose, and I had to listen for an hour about a dead goose.
Well, I guess
yeah.
coming across any dead animal is a little shocking.
You got to hear an hour-long story.
I will tell you this. If I came across one, I would tell my wife the same thing when I take a walk.
Okay, but there's a difference between, hey, I saw a dead goose today, and an hour of crying talking about the goose.
I always feel bad when I see dead animals, though. I just do.
Like,
Even
did
the ones
that
I don't
animal
like.
have a family?
Yes. I mean, they're,
Okay, but it's not like,
I know.
It's not like, oh, she's dead.
There's
she
dead
can't-
people. There's people struggling all over the world. But in the moment, I'm just
Yeah.
looking at this poor thing like
Yeah.
squashed in a road, and I feel bad for
Yeah,
her.
Tommy and I, big animal people.
Yeah. We are.
Even the dick animals.
Yes.
Speaking of dick animals, Tommy's got some picks to make this week. Bills in their biggest game of the regular season, maybe of the regular season of the Sean McDermott era. Win, you're in, and you have a relatively, maybe the easiest path to the Super Bowl you've had in his tenure.
Yeah.
Lose, and there's a possibility your season's over. This is a hard game to pick. There's a lot of moving parts.
Oh, my God. Who's going to show up?
How about Mr. Florida, buddy?
Well, you got Mr. Florida. They're coming to Florida Flash.
He's such a flash, he can't say Florida Flash quickly. Tommy's got some picks to make. We got a game to break down. It's Tommy Tells It Like It Is on a Football Friday, next in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Bills, Dolphins.
Ugh.
Sunday night, prime time, live right here on 96.5 WCMF. Everybody calm down.
How?
Everybody calm down!
You can't.
If you want to watch the game,
Watch it.
you can do it with our good friend, Kimmy.
Oh, Lady K?
That's right. She's going to be out at the Bill Gray's Tap Room in Brockport for this game. Delicious food, fantastic beverages, 3 heads on tap.
Oh, boy.
Go watch the game with old Miss Kimmy. Sunday night live here on CMF. It's the biggest game of the regular season. It might be the biggest game of Sean McDermott's career thus far, the regular season game.
Yeah.
Win and you're in. Lose, and there's a pretty good chance you don't make the playoffs at all.
Now you're out.
And leading up to this game, there are a ton of moving parts that have even the most seasoned football experts scratching their heads trying to pick this game.
Okay.
So thank God we have our man on the scene to let us know what's going to happen.
All right.
You ready?
Mm-hmm.
Because there are some men, experts, who will tell you what you want to hear, but only one man.
Some football experts will tell you what you want to hear. Our football expert tells you what you need to know. It's Tommy Tells It Like It Is in the Break Room on WCMF.
Tommy, are you ready?
I'm ready to do this.
Our first pick. Over, under.
He hasn't done that in a long time. So.
He
He makes fun of my shoes every week. You don't call him on that.
Because your shoes, you have so many shoes, I could do that and not double up.
We'll come up with a different one and go, ooh.
Over, under. 1.5. A touchdown for Bills wide receiver Stephon Diggs. He has disappeared the last 9 weeks.
Yeah.
So in that stretch, he has not broken 100 yards receiving. In the last 2 weeks, he has had 26 and 29 yards receiving per game, respectively.
And he has dropped a few.
Yes,
too.
he has. Yeah, it's been a very weird situation. But the most shocking stat,
Shocking.
this touchdown machine, who had 3 touchdowns against the Dolphins the last time they met in Orchard Park in October, has 2 touchdowns in the last 9 weeks combined.
Wow.
He scored more touchdowns against the Dolphins in October than he has the last 9 weeks combined. It is so bad that both Sean McDermott and offensive coordinator Joe Brady addressed it in their press conferences a few days ago.
What's going on with him?
Both of them said they have to get him on the field and involve more in this game. He's an important part of this
What is
offense.
that telling you?
To Steph's credit, all of the talk about him being a bad teammate, wanting a trade over the season,
He's been cool.
Yeah, no words from him.
He's Mr. Cool. You know, I love that guy.
I do like Stephon
Diggs.
Diggs.
On and off the field, he is Mr. Smooth.
You're never going to get over that.
No.
How can you not, man? He's living every
Honestly,
guy's
I
dream.
forget about that story.
I can't remember if it's the story where he allegedly had 2 women in one hotel
That's what
on the
I
same
think
night,
he's talking
or where
about.
he
On
got
second
his,
floor.
or he got his Lamborghini stuck in the snow, or was it a Ferrari?
I mean, how cool is that? That's a cool guy.
Look,
The outfits, the guy's on point. You know what he does?
what's that?
Keeps it tight.
He does keep it tight.
He's tight.
You gotta keep it tight.
We likes it tight.
But on the field, in this locker room this season, despite the numbers, he's been a good soldier. He's been a
Right.
good teammate.
He's matured.
All right, so just so you know, Miami has some serious injury issues on defense, including 2 big-time pass rushers and corner Xavier Howard. Looks like they're not going to play. If that could create time and space to find him, if the drops don't hurt him. Tommy, over, under, 1.5 a touchdown for Stephon Diggs on Sunday.
I'm taking the over. He's in. He's in. They got to get him in. They got to get
No,
this
they don't
done.
gotta do
Gotta
nothing.
They
do
haven't.
it. You got to win with your boys.
They've won 5 out of 6. They've won 4 straight.
I
and
know, but you
without
got to
Stephon
win.
Diggs.
You can't be dicking around. You can't be letting the Dolphins hang out to the end of the game. You can't be you get a choice field position and you got to punt. You got to get it done. You got to be tight.
The Bills beat Miami in Orchard Park last season on a walk-off field goal.
All right,
They
but
did
that's
that.
last year, baby. That's last year's injuries ain't here this year.
I
That's
just
be the Stephon Diggs game, you're saying?
no, but it doesn't because there hasn't been a Stephon Diggs game.
And
in
you know
2
he's a
months.
Miami kind of guy.
Oh my God!
Ferraris, 2 girlfriends. That's Miami.
Okay.
But you said that's why Miami was going to lose earlier this week.
Good point.
Different kind of Miami.
Okay.
Buffalo, Miami.
Thank you.
Miami, New York.
Yeah, thank you.
So to be clear,
He's like South Buffalo, Miami.
Yeah,
You got it, baby.
you're over 1.5 a touchdown for Stephon Diggs on
You
Sunday.
want to be with me on this?
I want to, but it
No,
doesn't.
you got to. You got to.
Let's get to our second pick.
If you're not with me, you're gonna have diarrhea by the end of the night watching this game. Both of you.
Let's hope for the bathroom's sake of the Bill Gray's Tap Room in Brockport. That's not the case. Our second pick.
Great bathrooms at that joint.
Over under
Yeah.
3.5 sacks for this Bills D Sunday against Miami. The defense has been going to work, man.
They're eating guys alive.
D-tackle Ed Oliver's unstoppable. Linebacker Terrell Bernard.
Cannibals.
Defensive back Rasul Douglas, who came from Green Bay at the trade deadline, is putting on a turnover clinic, and they are clicking at the right time. They are getting to the quarterback. They have had at least 3 sacks in every game the last 3 weeks. In fact, in 16 games so far, they went over 3 sacks in 11 games. But the reason, Tommy, it is set at 3.5 sacks, the last time Miami played the Bills, they got to Tua 4 times, which is Tua times Tua.
If you're doing your Hawaiian math.
Exactly.
And didn't they give Tua, they set him in that whole concussion problem
that
last
was
year.
last season, yeah.
Where his hands got all weird.
No,
no. But they started that.
Yes, Matt Milano.
They started.
Who's not playing in this game, by the way.
Yeah.
Matt Milano's not playing.
Yeah.
Add to that, the Dolphins center went out during the game last week. It looks like he may not play Sunday, and he was already their backup center. They could be down to their 3rd center against the Bills.
What are you trying to do? This pick picks itself.
They should have the
It's a
opportunity
self-pick.
to get there, but they have to cash in. And
I'm putting it on auto pick.
Kimmy, the one negative for this Bills defensive line is shut
He's
up.
not listening to
Auto-pick
anything
on.
you're
That's
saying.
why I'm talking to you.
I know.
Initiate auto pick.
The one negative is there are games where the Bills are in the backfield and they manage to not get their hands on the quarterback.
Yeah,
when they
they're
But that
chasing
ain't
him
these
around.
guys.
but-
No, that has happened. That's what I'm telling you.
I haven't seen it.
Over under 3.5 sacks for
What
the
do
Bills
you
D.
think? What do you think?
What does auto pick Tommy say? I don't know.
They're gonna cream this kid.
Wow. It's a bold statement.
No,
Knock
by
his ass back to Bowie. I'm
To
taking
Bowie? Is that near Maui?
Well, gonna be Bowie and Maui. I don't know. I'm gonna take. Yes, I'm gonna take the over on the Sackaroo.
All right, they barely hit
the sack exchange shows up,
They barely hit the over in a game where they blew them out at home. Right? They had 4 sacks at home.
but they gotta get this.
You
They're
can't say
so
got it. You can
hungry.
win a game without sacking Tua.
Yeah, you gotta. But they love to sack.
You and them have that in common.
Sacks? Yeah, I love me some sacks.
Big fan of sacks?
Love it.
Just a bunch of dudes sacks?
Sack me up.
Tommy tells it like it is on the biggest football Friday of the season. He is over 1/2 a touchdown for Stephon Diggs on Sunday. He is over 3.5 sacks for the Bills D against the Dolphins. Your 3rd pick, over under 1 1/2 touchdown passes for Dolphins quarterback Tua Tagovailoa.
So he's got to get 2.
He would have to get 2 to be over. So you hear a ton about this Miami passing attack, how scary it is, and that looks nice. They look nice.
But they're banged up.
You may be surprised to learn, before we even get to the banged up part,
Right.
in the last 4 games, Tua has only thrown 4 touchdown passes total.
So they've been stymied.
I mean, they're 2-2, but Kimmy, I would not have expected that statistic.
So they're struggling a little bit.
Sounds like it.
Is Tariq playing?
So we don't know about that. He was in a walking boot at
Yeah.
practice the day his house caught on fire.
Did you see why his house caught on fire?
His kid
Did
was
they
playing
say?
with a lighter.
I haven't heard a
Oh, I
story.
didn't see that.
I haven't. That's like kids don't play with lighters. I
Yeah.
haven't heard that story in 20 years.
Thank God the kid's okay.
Yes.
But Tua did not practice yesterday. Oh, I'm sorry, excuse me.
Yeah.
Tariq Hill did not practice
He's in a
yesterday.
boot.
Yes. By the way, on the season, Tua Tagovailoa has just as many games with under 2 touchdown passes, 8, as he does with over 2
They've been
touchdown
one of those
passes.
hot and cold teams.
But Kimmy, like all you hear about is how prolific this passing
Yeah.
offense is. That is shocking.
Well, ever since that game where they scored 70, what was the? I don't even know.
Yeah,
what
it was
it
70
points.
70, yeah.
points.
Was it on Broncos?
That's,
Yeah.
That kind of was like, that's where that talk started, right?
Okay, you're right. I'm sure the big question everyone has right now, how many touchdown passes did he have against Buffalo in October? 1.
Well, that's when they got crushed.
So let's talk about the injuries. Wide receiver Jalen Waddle has a high ankle issue. He has not practiced this
He's their
week.
guy.
He could be out. You asked Tyreek Hill.
He's their guy.
He was in a walking boot on Tuesday. He did not practice yesterday, but this is the biggest game of the season. He could go. Running back Raheem Mostert has some nagging leg injury. Kimmy, he didn't practice yesterday either, did he?
I did not see.
All of that affects.
So they're limping.
Yeah, they are. I mean, they have a really good other running back. God, what the hell's that kid's name? A-Chain. A-Chain.
Oh, yes. I haven't heard much about him.
But, I mean, the passing game is a necessity, and the Dolphins need this game, so they're going to be throwing everything they got at you.
Right.
Over under 1.5 touchdown passes for Tua Sunday night.
I mean, you would think they could probably get 2 touchdowns.
Okay. Did
Right?
you not hear every... No, it's touchdown passes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Touchdown passes.
Yes.
Yeah, for Tua.
You would think he should be able to get 2. He's like one of your top quarterbacks,
Yep.
but not today.
No.
No.
You mean not Sunday? Not today.
Well,
for
not
sure.
today. My pick is today.
Okay.
And I am saying I'm taking the under on him for touchdown passes.
Okay. Now, again, the Bills can win.
They got this kid figured out, and he knows it.
The Bills
He's crapping his Hawaiian pants.
The Bills could win by
So
4.
I think they wear grass skirts.
So it wouldn't even be a problem.
It would be a disaster.
Not for laundry, it wouldn't. The Bills could win 40-14, and you could have 2 touchdowns.
I get math, man.
Okay. The Bills are 3-point favorites on the road Sunday night in Miami. We all know what's at stake. You win, division in the 2 seed. You lose, your season could be over. Keep in mind, in their second matchup last season, with the line being at 3, the Bills won by 3 on a walk-off Tyler Bass field goal at home.
Yeah.
The Bills have not lost a game, I mean, not that this factors in, by more than 6 points all season. Do the Bills win? And if so, is it by 4 or more?
Do the Bills win?
Don't do it.
You don't even know what I'm going to do.
I know exactly what you're going to do.
What am I going to do?
There's too much at stake for you
There
to be
is.
a dick today.
Let's be
dick.
cool.
Don't be a dick,
Let's
man.
be cool,
too
Kimmy.
late.
Let's be cool. So your question is, do the Bills win?
Uh-huh.
I think the Bills win.
Great.
Okay.
So
And then the second part of that question
Yeah,
would
do
be,
they cover?
do they cover the 4 points?
3 points, but they would have to score 4.
They would have to score 4.
Yeah.
And I think they can. I think that's a doable number based on what you told me with Tyler Bass and all that stuff.
Okay, sure.
I think they could eke that out.
Nothing to do with the field. It
I
doesn't
understand
matter. Let him
that.
talk.
I'm getting to the bigger
Get
picture.
to the bigger point. No, don't get to the bigger point. Nobody wants this.
I think they win. They cover.
Yeah. Which means?
But by how much?
I don't know.
Right?
How much?
I think what you're going to see on Sunday night late is a late night. Miami takes it in the short. Blowout. It's going to be a blowout. A blowout.
You have the Bills blowing them out at home in prime time.
In prime time.
With
It happens.
With the division on the line after they were blown out last weekend in Baltimore.
They're banged up. They hurting.
They were banged up way more. They were way banged up in that playoff game, the wild card game in Buffalo, and they
that
were
was
a drive
years ago.
away from it was less than a year ago.
We playing last year? We playing Sunday night?
Which is what I just said. They got embarrassed last week. They're going to get embarrassed in back-to-back weeks.
Could happen.
So you have the Bills covering. Okay. Let's just recap Tommy's picks real quick. Again, he is over 1/2 a touchdown for Stephon Diggs on Sunday night. He is over 3.5 sacks for the Bills' defense against Miami. He is under 1.5 touchdown passes for Dolphins quarterback Tua Tagovailoa. He has the Bills winning, he has them covering, and he has them winning in a blowout, so that'll do it. Just after 9 o'clock, joining us to recap the picks that Tommy just made from 95.7 The Fan, Mike Danger from the Let's Go Duffalo podcast, Ryan Duffy.
Ryan Duffy.
Yep, they'll both be in. And
Not so fast, buddy. I got a bonus pick.
We know.
First of the new year.
Oh.
Big
First
one, right?
bonus at 2024.
Look at this. I say this game's going to be epic for the Bills. It's going to be one of them games.
Okay.
You know, you're going to have Marino on the sideline. Jim Kelly's going to be down there with his Bible. It's going to be a hell of a game. I think at the end of this game, it's going to feel like a playoff game.
It is a playoff game.
But it's going to feel like a playoff win. I think they carry Sean off the field.
They're not going to carry Sean McDermott off
Sean
the field, you idiot.
off the field.
He wouldn't let them.
He wouldn't let them.
He wouldn't. He's
what are you
not
going
that
to tell
guy.
these
Yeah.
behemoth bastards? Football players picked up John Madden one time.
If they win the Super Bowl, maybe there's a tiny chance they carry him off the field. They're not
take him off.
carrying him off.
Tua ain't finishing the game.
Don't
Wait,
say that.
that's a whole
That's
other
nothing
thing.
to do with anything.
Sean gets carried off the field. Aaron Rodgers claims on a podcast that Sean McDermott set Tyreek Hill's house on fire. I'm telling you right now, those are my bonus picks. I stand behind them.
So just to be clear,
Epstein didn't kill himself.
your bonus,
You got it.
your bonus
You got
pick
it.
is
It's a triple pick.
Sean McDermott gets carried
Auto
off the field.
triple pick.
Tua doesn't take the last offensive snap. And
Aaron
Rodgers
Rodgers
goes on a
claims.
podcast claiming that Sean McDermott set Tyreek Hill's house on
yes.
fire. Okay. Danger. Ryan Duffy after 9 to recap all that brilliance.
Well, that's a hell of a pick there, buddy.
It is.
Hear the
That's a
break room
whopper. That's a first of the year whopper.
on CO Beth. You got to get kids to read. It's very important.
Good luck. So sucky, man, reading.
And there is one There is a town that is going out of its way to ensure that every kid has the ability to
Let's
have
read.
access to this stuff.
Reading is fun.
And Kimmy says what they're doing does not matter because nobody has ever covered the charges of these things anyway.
Oh, yeah. I've never heard of anybody actually, like, I've heard of people owing this, but nobody actually paying it.
We'll get to it next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. This is a place a lot of folks look at as a remnant of the past.
Oh.
Even though they're still very much alive in every town, and some are doing things to entice people back. But one person in this room says this move may not matter.
All right.
Because no one was paying these in the first place. You hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF will jump right into it. It was announced this week that the Brighton Memorial Library has eliminated late fees.
They just gave up.
That counts for books, DVDs, video games, and craft kits that you can rent from the library.
So there's no late. I can just keep it forever.
Well, I don't know what the official rules are,
right.
but the idea behind this is removing financial barriers for folks who can't afford the late fees. Because for years,
Hold on.
what are you, Santa?
It's Brighton.
Yeah.
It's a rich town.
Okay.
Who's struggling in Brighton?
So first of all, the Monroe County library system means your library card can rent you things from any library in any place, and there are people that like to go to libraries in different towns.
Yeah, you can jump around.
All right.
Yeah. Two, there are still people that have financial problems in Brighton.
Really? Where are they hiding them?
Every town
Every
has
time I
this.
walk by, everybody looking at doing pretty good in Brighton.
Okay. They aren't the only library in the area to do this.
Right.
Last year, the Rochester Public Library did the same exact thing. Tommy, when's the last time you were in a library?
I just told you a story. I took my grandson to the library twice over the holidays.
So you took him by yourself?
Myself and a few other people. No, of course not. I was just along for the ride.
You went with a caravan of people. Can I
Yeah.
ask you a question?
Yeah.
When you were in the library, what did you do at the library?
God, it sucks.
What do you mean it sucks?
It's just so quiet and boring. Like if you don't have a kid, like a grandkid, he's funny to watch. But if I didn't have a grandkid, like to be in it would suck.
He's funny to watch. Funny kid.
Well, he is. He's running around playing with stuff. It's cute. But but looking around, it's like, oh my
Books.
What?
God, learning blows, man.
Learning blows.
Put that on a billboard.
Libraries are very important, especially for the younger set
Are they
in a
really that
community.
important?
Yes, they are that important. It's a place for
I
little...
remember it was a big part of my
I
childhood.
bet you
Same.
there's countries that do quite well and ain't got no library. I think we're one of the only countries that does it.
Shut
That
up.
has
You're
libraries.
making up fact. Bro, they've had libraries in countries all over the world going back to like
We were
thousands.
probably late to the library game.
There are stories of libraries that burned down in like thousands of years before Christ was born.
No, you wait a minute. You're gonna tell me
Give me Google where
2,000 years ago there was a library. They have no damn book.
Longer
what
than
was the
2,000
book?
years ago. What are you talking about? There's the Dead Sea Scrolls.
Welcome
what do you
to
call those?
Earth?
Shut up. Welcome to Earth. The Aliens, the book.
There wasn't no before Jesus. There was no library because they didn't have no books because nobody had any education. There was no school.
How did they write down what's in the Bible?
I don't know. Ask the Bible people.
The world's oldest known library
It's in Teaneck,
was
New Jersey.
founded sometime in the 7th century BC.
BC.
That's way after. Oh, wait a minute. That's before Jesus.
Before Christ, BC.
That's what that means.
Yes.
Oh, all right. Why did we call it before Jesus?
Where was it? Mesopotamia, you said?
No, it says so it would be in the modern day Iraq.
Okay.
Right? Look at Iraq getting the
Where
first
have you
library.
been? Of course this is a thing.
Yeah,
700 years.
it had some 30,000 tablets, they call them. Yeah.
Oh, so they're looking at stones.
Well, but it's the same
It's
idea.
the same idea.
What was the late fee for that?
No, they cut your hand off.
That's a beheading.
Libraries are very important.
They are. They're the backbone of society.
Look, little ones get to go to story time, take out fun books, start their love of reading. It's a place for middle and high school kids to have a quiet place or to have internet access they don't have at home. And I
it
know,
gives perverts something to do.
look, when it comes to just internet, period,
Yeah.
did you know
I did not.
in our area, 1 in every 10 city households and 3 in every 10 rural households don't have internet at their house?
Oh,
I know that's shocking,
I know.
but that's a lot of kids. It's a lot of adults. And
So
these
they go there for the internet.
I mean, it serves that purpose. It's
All right.
available for them. But what they're doing to eliminate these fees in Brighton in the city, as great as it is, and as much as we need the libraries, one person in this room says it's all for nothing.
Well, I just thought, because like I know people that will all of a sudden pull out like a DVD or a book from a library that they never returned. And I'm just thinking, like, I bet you more people decided to just keep that thing than to return to the library and pay the late fee.
So
You're saying nobody pays library late fees?
I don't know. I've never met anybody who paid a library late fee.
how does a library support itself? I mean, is it
Funding.
is it tax money and then it's supplemented with the card?
I don't think the late
guess-
fee does anything.
I guess with
But who
the
pays? I mean, because there's a.
The community.
I mean, those things are expensive. Like that one in Pittsford.
Yeah.
It's millions of dollars.
Are you arguing we can't afford a library?
I just don't know how we're going. Everybody's got
you
books
don't know
in
why
there.
we have a library.
Go to Barnes and Noble.
Are you arguing against libraries?
Well, you just go to Barnes and Noble, sit there and read the damn thing.
Oh my God.
I'm not arguing against the
You
library
just said I don't
per
know.
se.
Per se.
By the way, if you go to Barnes & Noble and read the book, doesn't that make it a library?
Right, and you already got one over there.
Yeah,
I
but
ain't
then
paying
they would
attention.
close because nobody's making any money because it's a library now. How do you argue we shouldn't be spending money on libraries?
I didn't say spending. I just don't know how much. They're a little over the top.
Are you kidding me? You saying libraries are out of control?
The one in Pittsburgh is ridiculous. It's a goddamn country club for books.
I mean, you're the one that pays to live there.
You're the one that
I
goes
guess
to
maybe
that-
he doesn't.
Do you know they have a wine service?
They don't have a wine service. They do have a Starbucks
Yes.
in the library.
Like you can walk. You don't have to go outside. Like it's all inside.
Kimmy, when's the last time you went to a library?
Probably in my early 20s.
Oh, Miss Book now.
Well, it was probably, at college, I was there a lot.
That doesn't count.
Yeah, it
That's like saying
does.
you were in prison. Yeah, I went to the library today so I wouldn't get shanked.
Well, no, you go. That also a good place to have
But
libraries.
you probably could get shanked in a library.
I'm guessing eliminating the late fee encourages people to return things that maybe they wouldn't
yeah.
if they didn't
Ooh.
want to pay the late fee.
Yeah, it's
maybe
like when
that
you
would
turn in
work
your
in that
gun,
way.
they don't ask any questions.
Gun buyback program.
Kind of, right? They don't ask any questions.
No, I mean, Kimmy, your point might be right that nobody ever pays the library fees
I
anyway.
think they just kind of
Which makes you a huge dick.
Well, here's the
A
problem.
bigger dick than my ass.
I don't know if it makes you a dick. I think it comes down to the shame.
You don't
'cause, like,
pay.
Yeah.
Hold on.
No, you're right. I don't want to go look that librarian in the face. I've had this book for like 2 years,
Yeah.
so I don't know how much do I owe.
Like,
I will say this. They still got the sweet ladies working in there. They're the kindest people to work
Could you
in.
sound creepier?
No,
Hey,
but
I'm
I
here
would-
for the sweet ladies. Nice clipper. Nice library clipper.
No, but you know what I mean? Like, they're still like pleasant. I always thought we were kind of out of pleasant people to do these jobs.
You know,
But
you
I'm
need-
guessing those are all the people that used to work at the Disney store in a mall. They're powered down in the library.
No, you need a college degree to be a librarian.
No, you
Yeah,
don't.
you do. I'm pretty sure you
They
do.
had somebody a goddamn book. I got to know books.
Yeah, you do.
What do you want,
have to
number
know
4?
books.
Great, I'll chuck you off. Get
Number
out of
4.
here.
Hey, Kimmy, you read that great American novel, Number 4?
Why? You got to be kidding me.
Kimmy, what is it called? Master of Library
let's
Science,
see.
something like that. You need a college degree to be
I
a
got a
librarian.
degree in shelves.
Did you just call them sweet? And now you're crushing them?
You
I got a
need,
degree in shh.
Yeah, you should get a degree in
so you need a master's degree in library
Oh my
science.
God.
Thank you, nailed it.
Wait, just to be like the bottom library chick?
I don't. Well, I think
No,
that
I think that's to like run
to,
the
to be
library.
technically considered a librarian.
The librarian general?
Can you?
You know, got
It
the
says
stars
school
and everything.
librarians may not need a master's degree, but they do still need a teaching, or they have to meet teaching requirements.
Can you Google what the salary is for a librarian? Now I'm curious. If I need a master's degree, you got to make it worth
I
it.
thought that was all volunteer. I
Well,
really
no,
did.
I
mean-
know there are library volunteers.
Yeah, like there are people that may work there that aren't technically a librarian, maybe.
But you need every librarian needs a librarian, or else it wouldn't be a library. It would be a book depot.
Right.
So a library director,
The
Okay.
director of books.
the salary range is $71,000 to $127,000.
Wait,
per
that's
year.
per library or like overall, like the county
We
person?
don't.
I don't know. That's like top. That's library director.
That's the
So-
general. She's got all the lettuce on her shoulders.
Queen Brary.
So you could,
Yeah.
I guess you could be a different type. Like there's a medical librarian.
Oh, those are important.
That's a
hell's that?
A medical library.
Oh, if you get hurt.
yeah.
Yeah,
That's-
you go into the medical library.
Medic, I need a medical library.
I need a book to help myself. You idiot! It's from.
I got hit by tropical cancer.
A head librarian, $60,000 to $90,000.
Wow, you
per
need
year.
a you need a master's for a $70,000 a year job. Why would anybody do it? All right. Anyway, going back to the initial conversation, Brighton announces this week their Memorial Library has eliminated late fees. Lots of libraries in the area have done it. Rochester has done it. The public libraries,
Book up, man. Get your book on.
People are writing saying that libraries in their area have been doing this for a little while. And the idea is you want people to be able to use the library. When you have those late fees, you can't take anything out anymore, and that keeps people away from the library. Question.
Yeah.
Are people going to abuse this now?
Of course they are.
I wasn't asking you.
I mean, once you open yourself up to, there's no consequence. They're gonna
If you went to
hose,
the library, you would have had that word right away.
they're gonna hose your ass.
Yeah, but again, though, like if it wasn't really, if the people weren't paying them before, what's the difference?
But now you're just saying, hey, man,
But
just take it.
But I would think that I would be more likely to return it no matter how long I've had it if there's not that fee that comes with it.
By the way, how much is a fee? Like if I'm late a week.
So my wife,
Is
my
it a
kids,
buck?
we would go to the library a ton when they were little. And we never had a late library book because my wife was insane about making sure they were back on time.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
All right. I mean, it can't be that much.
I think, I'm not lying, and I'm trying to remember. I think that I kept a library book for so long when I was a kid in Gates that it went into collections.
Like an agency called you up?
I think so. I could
Christ.
be wrong.
Because you got to hit a certain number before it goes to collection.
Yeah, well, it kept adding up and adding up.
So
and
that could be
adding up.
$100.
No, I don't think it was that high.
Bro, to go to collections, yeah.
I don't think it was that high. And it might have been like a CD or something.
Oh. So when I was in there, and I had been in a long time, I was just with my grandson. So I'm walking around, and they got every CD. They
Yeah.
got every DVD. I'm going, what loser is doing this?
What loser is getting free music that they can then put on their in movies, put on their
You
computer?
need a Seinfeld episode 7, season 3?
That actually makes sense. I would think it would be more people looking for episodes of things because you don't want to buy like the whole
You could go
set.
on YouTube and watch it.
Well,
No, you
now you
can't.
can, but I mean, like even 10 years ago, maybe that was the easiest way to do it.
But
Find
just,
it.
okay, stop doing the old man wave. You have on your phone how many songs in your iTunes library?
A lot, like 3,500.
Okay, so it's $3,500 that you spent. Okay. All of those songs are available for free at the library. That
But
you
I have to
could've-
go there, and then I got to play them on something.
Yeah, your computer?
I got to download it?
Yeah, you can download it and put it on your phone.
I'm not doing all that crap.
Double old man wave.
Too much. Too much.
Like, think about all the money. If you don't use a streaming service, if you want to own the music.
But you got to admit, you got to have the time and the patience to do all that.
No, I hear you, man. Like, you're always so busy.
I got the time. I ain't got no patience.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Skylar. I keep pressing my button. It doesn't
Skylar,
work.
what book you read?
Skylar, you're on CMF, buddy.
Hey, morning, guys.
Oh, I read the
It was
complete
fun.
book
It
of
was
ass
great to finally
tattoos.
meet you, Duffy, at Tommy's little life thing there.
Great to meet you,
It's a little
too.
life thing.
Yeah, by the way, you look great in your suit and tie. You look fantastic.
Thanks, man. You told me that. So, anyways, when I met my wife, like we dated. Why would you go to the library? We never went to the library. But then when we got married and then we had kids, we went to the library. And she'd come home and my kid was crying because Mom couldn't get him a book because she owed $85.
Oh my gosh.
To the public library, and that was like from another town, but they're connected.
Yeah. So she was in the
So I had to
system.
go pay $85 so
Holy
my
smokes.
kid could get a freaking book.
Oh, man.
I would just blow off libraries.
Well, that's what she was doing apparently.
No, I'm not paying.
Right.
I'm not paying my wife from a different relationship's late fee.
No, but he was married at that time.
Yes, and think about this. And here's why Skylar has to pay the $85.
Why?
So how old was your kid at the time, you think, Skylar?
Probably 4.
All right, so he's 4.
You're
So
gonna
he's
spend
got
a lot
his
more time.
He's got his whole school life ahead of him. He's
Right.
going to need books. You don't want to have to buy every one of those books. It's a better investment to pay the $85 and have to buy every book he's going to need for the rest of his
But
life.
doesn't the school have a library in a book when the kid goes to school?
They have like 2
It should have
books.
been a red flag to me, but
No kidding.
Skylar, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
you guys too. See ya.
Bye, Skylar. Yeah, like the school has 2 or 3 copies of the book. They don't have 50.
I thought every school had like a massive library.
They do, but they
do,
only
but
have X
yeah.
amount of
But
copies
not
of
one
every
for
book.
every kid.
Oh.
Yeah.
All right.
So let's say you're gonna, read Catcher in the Rye,
Yeah.
right? If I don't want to buy Catcher in the Rye, I can go take out Catcher in the Rye.
Well, how many catcher books they got in the library?
In the school library, 1 or 2 maybe.
I mean, like if I go to like the Pittsburgh library, I go, hey, you got this catcher book Pat's talking about.
Bro, I know you know.
Or just
what it-
read Baseball Digest. It's probably in there.
I know you know what this is. Like you're trying to be funny because of the John Lennon story, and like, oh, you're true crime too, man. Holy coffee. I'm cool, guys. Check
I'm
me out.
Skylar. I read ass tattoo.
What do you think of adults you see at the library?
Like by themselves.
Pervs. Oh, that's a perv. He's perving on something. He's
but
just desperate to look at drawn boobies or something, man. But he's probably like under the desk boner dude.
So your wife doesn't go to the library?
No, she takes the grandkids.
She doesn't go to the library by herself.
No,
She
for
reads.
what?
She reads, doesn't she?
She buys books.
So
Her husband's got a job.
she's got another husband?
No, we don't go to the library. Neither of us have been to that library. Oh, yeah, you know why we used to go? Use their printer.
So it did serve a purpose
that
for
would
you.
be a red
By the way,
flag for
they
me.
charge
You by
you.
yourself in a library on the computer, everybody had their eye on you. Watch what that guy's doing. Monitor him.
Wait, did you just bitch they charged you?
Yeah.
You want them to let you use the printer and paper and ink for free?
What are my tax dollars doing here?
Okay. You don't own that house. You have no tax dollars. Let's take a break. Crime Happens for all sorts of reasons.
Oh, sure.
But a lot of time you see desperate people, you see scared people do things that, they're doing just to continue a habit or they're whatever.
Chasing a dragon.
This is not one of those stories.
Yeah.
This might be a crime simply because you don't get along with anybody.
Oh.
Anybody. And we'll tell you the story next to the break room on CMF. They say keep your friends close and your enemies close.
Ooh, write that down. That's a good one.
Which won't be a problem for this woman.
What happened?
Well, a crime story from the West Side has a tiny detail in it that either makes this woman sound like a paranoid crazy person or someone that pissed everyone off so much they are paying for it in ways that now has the police involved.
Oh, wow.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. This story comes to us from Hamlin.
Hamlin.
Which is strange because we all know Hamlin doesn't actually exist.
Yeah.
On Christmas, police were called to a home after the owner says someone with a beard removed their home security cameras from a tree next to the front door of their house. Like, took the cameras.
Okay.
There is nothing in the story about a break-in. There's nothing about anything missing. But the homeowner, who has the footage of the person stealing the cameras...
Yeah, you're stealing a live camera.
Yes. Did not recognize the bearded man who is caught stealing the camera. And that, Tommy, is a very scary situation.
Yeah.
What reason could someone have to just take cameras from a home out in the middle of
And
Hamlin?
I got your face.
Yeah, it's right there. When police asked who she believed could have taken the cameras...
Yeah.
There is one tiny piece of information that now makes this story interesting.
Oh.
She said, and I quote, she does not get along with her neighbors or the contractors that are currently working on her house.
Oh, she's pissed off the contractors are working on her
That seems
house.
like a poor person to piss off.
Yeah, no, those are two people, like the two worst people you could make enemies of
And very
in your
descriptive.
life.
Yes.
Yeah. Right, like you have the folks that live next to you and the folks actually inside your home fixing it. So in this story, there have been no arrests and no suspects are mentioned in the story.
On this bearded man.
You got it. So let's start here with the neighbors.
All right.
Most people don't get along with everyone that lives around them.
No, but obviously you just don't. I don't have an issue with anybody.
Exactly. And that's just it.
Yeah.
There's a difference between not saying hi at the mailbox and having a feud that could lead them to vandalizing your property.
Yeah, there's friction.
But we've seen it before.
Friction people.
And all logic can go out the window when someone wants to get back at a neighbor, right? You get stubborn, you get mean, you can dig your heels in the sand, insist whatever happened, you're in the right, they should be better people. But when you cross that line of the feud has happened and people are wildly upset, when something like this happens, you both look like idiots.
Yes.
The person committing the crime obviously looks like an idiot, but you can also fault the victim for letting things get this far.
Yeah. You pushed you're pushing buttons.
Yeah. And it says in the report, she said she doesn't get along with any of her
At
neighbors.
some point, you got to look in the mirror and think, am I the problem?
But those people don't.
Is it me?
Because I always say nobody thinks they're annoying. Nobody thinks they're an a-hole. Like nobody wakes up this morning and goes, I'm going to be such an a-hole today, right?
Well,
they think they're right. Well, I get paid. Insurance.
There is a famous saying.
What's that?
And everyone should listen to this very clearly.
I'm listening.
If one person is a dick, they're a dick. If everyone is a dick, you're a dick.
Yeah.
Fair? And it would be great to know.
It's you.
Yeah, you're the problem.
It's you, Dick.
It would be great to know what happened to all of those people who live around this woman that dislike her.
You know they got stories.
Well,
man, you know they got stories.
Well, Tommy, you know how these neighborhood things work. Could it have been one big thing that everyone was like, you got to be kidding me? Or did she individually piss off?
That's more impressive.
Right?
Yeah.
But
like the ones that I've noticed, they have an issue. They have a certain issue with everybody, but it's a different issue.
Yeah.
That sets them off.
Right.
And then when they come to you and go, well, did you see what they did? And if you don't back them up, now you also fall into their little island of hate.
You're right. You're right.
And you're just hanging out.
Like, Kimmy, you brought up it would be more impressive if she pissed off everyone individually.
That takes more time, more effort.
But I think
There could be a blanket.
I think there's someone in everyone's life who fits that description.
Well, it's just their personality.
Well, and every time they, even if it's like a family member or a friend of yours, every time they come to you, like there's always a problem.
Yes.
And it's always with somebody new, and there's always like,
This was my sister.
Even though they'll explain the story, and it seems like there's they didn't do anything wrong. You have to at some point you're like, I don't even. You're not even listening anymore.
No, I hear you, buddy. I hear you. I hear you. This does seem like more of a woman thing than a man thing.
I'm glad you said that, not me.
Am I wrong?
You don't light him up.
Am I
Oh
wrong?
my God! Now all of a sudden you're
because I was
Gloria
gonna say
Steinem over here when I say something.
No, I was gonna disagree. You didn't even give me a chance.
Get him, Kimmy.
No, every neighborhood issue that, like even growing up, like it's always been caused by a dude. Like the big neighborhood issue.
Oh, neighborhood issue, yes. No, that one I agree. I mean the person that has a problem with everyone in their lives.
Yes.
That seems like
the
more of a
bigger
woman
complainer,
issue. Yeah.
maybe?
That was my sister. Like, and it used to be funny because when my sister had somebody new at work, she first loved him.
Yep.
And you just knew within 30, it was a 30-day guarantee that she was going to turn and she was going to hate that person. And it wouldn't take very long because at first she went all in. She's my new friend. She's so funny. I never met anybody like her. Give it a month.
I dated this girl. I lived with her.
Yeah.
And she would have her friends come over. Like one friend would come over and they would just bitch about all the other girls they knew.
Fillet them.
She would leave. The friend that they were just bitching about would come over, and then they would start bitching about the girl that just left and all the other friends they knew, and that one would leave, and then another one would come over, and I would watch the cycle repeat, and it was like, why do you hang out with
It's
any
a
of these?
slaughterhouse.
But like, you don't like any of those people.
Right.
I just want to point something out. You're describing what happens in this room every day.
No.
Wait, what did you do?
You know what I'm saying.
You know. What? You gotta say it.
I mean, I'm guilty of it too. I'm
I
not
love
saying it's
these.
just you guys.
I've even occasionally lowered myself to you two scumbags.
But you do a lot of complaining, even about people you like.
Have you ever heard me say a bad word about Tommy?
Well, no, because he's in the room.
No,
obviously.
he's not. He leaves at 10:58. I'm here till 11 o'clock, 10:45 with
I'm
you.
not talking about each other.
No, but that's what I mean.
But
That's
I would
one
like-
person I never say a bad word about.
Okay.
I would like to say though, when we do it with a lot of entertainment and humor.
But you're still bitching about
But we
somebody.
laugh.
What he's trying to say is we're doing it more for the entertainment factor than the mean factor. You're laughing. You're laughing.
Yeah, you laugh too.
I laugh,
oh,
but I don't
I'm
think
guilty too
I
with
don't
you
think
two
you're
jerks.
joking. I don't think you're joking.
252 WCMF. We're talking about this woman out in Hamlin on Christmas. She called the police to her home after she had her home cameras, security cameras, stolen out of a tree near her front door. She has the man who stole them on camera. It's a bearded man she did not recognize.
She don't know.
Yeah, she said she doesn't know.
What if it was a fake beard? What if he went to that point, like he had a Santa beard for the kids and he just slapped it on just to get that damn camera?
It's a smart move.
Yeah.
And why would he want the camera?
Well, I mean, we know the cameras are valuable. It could just be that simple.
Oh, I thought maybe there was something.
It could also be someone being a dick because when asked by the police if she had any problems with anybody, she said, and I quote, she does not get along with her neighbors or the contractors currently working on her house.
And it could be, I don't like your cameras pointed at my house or something. You know what I mean? It could be something along those lines.
Right.
So after we get past the neighbor issue, let's talk about the contractor issue because this one could be scarier for this woman.
How so?
Well, if the people working on her house are now messing with her because she has a problem with them, that would drive you insane. Because if you want the work done, you have to let them in your home.
Right.
You have to pay them for that privilege.
You got to trust them.
Yes, because they have access to everything.
Right.
They know the layout of your place. They know what schedule you are on
The place
every
is wide
day.
open, yeah.
And if this is like a company that has employees past the folks who own it, you can't be sure everyone walking in your house is on the up and up.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I can't imagine a contractor like doing this. You know what I mean?
Well,
like
someone
he's got
that-
too much to risk.
Someone that owns the business, I agree with you. But you know, there are these big outfits that have folks they just hire,
sure, yeah.
right? Like, I mean, that guy could be a psycho.
Shaky Joe, yeah.
Also, I would love to know what happened where she doesn't get along with the contractors.
Oh, yeah.
But
Well,
there's-
you know, she's bitching about everything. You know how people be about their house.
Yeah, people.
Yeah. Again.
What?
What? No, but like to be bitching about the contractors, not get along with them, and then still letting them be contractors at your home, is
Yeah,
strange, right?
yeah.
Like at some point, if you're not getting along and it's getting scary,
Like
don't
maybe wait till after they're done to complain.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, no,
Well,
that
she
does-
could be one of those people that's like over the shoulder watching the entire time they're working in their house. That would drive those guys crazy.
Okay. Have you ever done that?
Me?
You?
No, I don't get home till 10 in the morning.
Yeah, by that time they're done. Hardest working contractors of all time.
Or do they just want to get out of there by the time I get home?
Hey guys, I'm about to hop in the shower. Don't mind me.
I would like to
I
think
like to walk around naked. You were gonna say, I'm sorry.
No, I just like to think that I'm such a non-man. I don't know if you're screwing it up or not.
The moral of this story
What?
with this woman is one we all need to listen to. Life is a lot easier when you can let things go and sacrifice for the sake of other people. Because the less conflict you have, the more safe you're going to feel.
You got to get along.
Forget about the stress of argument. Forget about the awkwardness of seeing someone. If you have less conflict, you will feel more safe. And the more friendly faces you have around at all times, the more people are willing to look out for suspicious or scary or dangerous things at your home.
True that, Pat.
But it's not until you're on the wrong side of that you realize how valuable it is, right? So once you've crossed a certain line, there's no going back. You can't get it back again.
Yes.
If you are someone that just bought a house or moved in somewhere new, let things go because you need your neighbors to make sure that you are safe.
Good neighbors are like gold.
Agreed. And even if they're bad neighbors, treat them like good neighbors because you're going to need them.
You might flip them.
Hey. Yeah.
Go over and flip your neighbor.
All right. We are recapping Tommy's picks for the most important Bills game of the season, Sunday night live here on 96.5 WCMF. We'll be doing that just after 9 o'clock with Mike Danger from 95.7 The Fan and from the Let's Go Duffalo podcast, Ryan Duffy.
RD's here?
He will be. Yeah, he just walked in, actually.
I can feel the energy in the room, man.
Kid's a star.
The kid's got like an aura. Right?
I love how he does the show one time. Everyone tells him how great he is. He's 15 minutes later than he normally is. I'm a star. I can hear what I want, guys.
Bro, that kid's a rising star in the Duffy community.
But before we get to our boys.
Yeah.
Something's going up, the cost of something.
Oh, what now?
People are livid, despite the fact that A, the majority of Americans don't use these anymore, and B, nobody knows what they cost right now anyways. And we'll get to it next in the break room on CMF. We got Mike Danger from 95.7 The Fan and from the Let's Go Duffalo podcast, Ryan Duffy.
Ryan Duffy.
Coming up in just about 15 minutes to recap Tommy's picks for the biggest game of the season for the Buffalo Bills Sunday night. But before we get there, we work in a weird gig where we hear the complaints about everything from everyone, right? And it is astonishing what sets people off. Mm-hmm. This story is proof positive of it.
Really?
Because something that very few people use, that you don't even know the price of right now, has the majority of Americans furious that it's going to cost more.
Where are you getting out?
You're hanging out in the break room on CMF. Later this month, the cost of a stamp is increasing.
God damn it.
In a recent poll,
how much they clip it us for now?
4 in 10 Americans say they disapprove of the raising of the price of stamps. 2 in 10 Americans in this poll said they strongly disapprove.
Oh, okay.
And people are livid. Which is funny, because when asked what a stamp currently costs, only 14% of Americans gave the right answer.
I have no clue.
Do you want to guess what it costs?
I'm trying to think of the last time I bought stamps, because I don't mail anything anymore.
Nobody does, because we don't need the Pony Express.
Right. So I'm going to say a stamp now costs $1.10.
Kimmy, do you want to guess what a stamp costs?
I'm going to say 85 cents.
Okay. Right now, a stamp costs 66 cents.
God, I'm way off, man.
66
I'm going to say $1.10.
You almost doubled the price of what a stamp is.
Well, you think about it. It's an amazing, I could take a letter, throw, how much?
66 cents.
And that thing can go to Los Angeles.
Yes. Cross country
for 66
cents. And they're raising the price of the stamp, and people are furious.
And I'm trying to think, because I'm not thinking stamps are going to go away, just how the mail's just changed.
I don't know. I think you're always going to need mail. You're
I
gonna have to
understand
send
that, but
physical stuff.
I don't know.
So I've noticed, because the traditional things where you'd spend a lot of money on that would be like sending out Christmas cards or sending out invitations of some sort. So I've noticed more and more of those things, I'm getting them digitally.
Yeah.
Like a lot of the wedding invitations I've gotten recently, it's just it's like you get like a card, but it's go to our website and it covers everything. So it'll cover like their
low ass, bussy ass, digital.
To be honest,
invitation.
it's easier because I don't have to worry about sending back the RSVP.
No, I'm with you 100%. I prefer that, but I will judge the person if they
my
send
wife
me...
thinks that's total shit.
I just have noticed it more and more common. It's become more and more common.
So in this story, we have 4 in 10 Americans that are upset with the price of something going up that they don't use and couldn't tell you the price of right now.
But couldn't you do that with anything if you went up to somebody?
Well, I don't know.
Like something like nobody would care about.
Can you give me an example?
Did you hear about the price of a can of creamed corn? Has now gone up 4 cents. Like the lowest end of corn.
I'm going to say the
Even
lowest
stuff
end. Cream corn's good.
No, cream corn is disgusting, man.
It's the creamiest of corn.
It's like corn that came out the wrong end of your body.
You don't like cream corn?
No, it's gross.
It's delicious.
It looks like somebody already ate it.
All corn looks like somebody already ate it.
No, regular hard kernel in your mouth is delicious. I'm a Cobb guy.
Oh, yeah?
I love it on the cob.
Wait, you're kidding me.
I love running my mouth down the cob, eating the corn, pulling the corn off with my mouth.
Why didn't you tell me
this? On the
this?
shaft of the corn
Why
cob.
did you not tell me this?
I'm big. What do you got?
I just started this new business.
What do you got?
Well, it's a cob business.
Where is it at?
It's down in the men's room.
Wow.
Yeah.
What's it called?
It's called Uncle Pat's Close Your Eyes. I'm going to give you a cob surprise right in your mouth. Sauce. 252 WCMF. No, I'm going to go out on a limb and say more people eat cream corn than they do mail letters. So that would be a more valid
I bet
anger.
it's close.
No chance.
Because no young person eats cream corn.
I've eaten cream corn my whole life.
Do you just
Duffy
eat
family?
straight up creamed corn?
Well, no, but cream corn goes and stuff.
That's what I was going to say. I mean, it's not like you're just... How often are you cooking with it?
On the Duffy family pyramid when we were growing up, cream corn was the base.
Okay.
252 WCMF. The price of stamps is going up. 4 in 10 Americans disapprove. 2 in 10 Americans say they strongly disapprove, despite the fact that when asked, only 14% of Americans could correctly answer how much a stamp cost. But here's the thing.
What's that?
Look, I understand the anger when things we need, the price of it goes up.
Right.
Like, eggs came up this morning. And again, just to be clear, everyone blamed inflation for the price of eggs going up. It was not.
Goddamn chicken.
There was a court case that just was settled before the first of the year where egg producers, major egg producers, had to pay out a class action settlement because they price fixed eggs and blamed Inflation.
It's like the egg mob.
They were scamming us, and
Yeah.
it's actually been happening with a bunch of different types of things. But when milk goes up, when egg goes up, when bread goes up, people have a right to be frustrated by it.
Right.
The problem here is you have an item whose price is controlled by the government, and I don't like the government, and I don't like stamps, and I don't like paying more for the government. I already pay your salary. I pay your salary. Just like you in the library half an hour ago.
Well, I don't know how they support themselves.
Your tax money.
I know. Now I know.
You made an argument to defund libraries.
Not to defund.
No, you did pretty much. I mean, you said we don't need them at all.
Kimmy, what would be what item could go up $1 that would make you the most furious?
But there are things that I buy every time I go to the grocery store, and I don't know if I could tell you the exact price of them because I'm just going to buy them anyways.
Ooh, it's a good point.
You know what I mean? I don't even look. Like, even when eggs were going up, like, I kind of noticed they were more expensive, but I don't even remember, like, how much they were in the first place. So I'm like, I'm going to buy it anyways. So what's I don't even look.
So there's nothing that could go up $1 that would infuriate you.
It's just $1?
No, I mean-
no way.
Really?
Yeah.
I disagree.
I'm trying to rack my head because, like, when I was
you especially.
No, but when I was single, like, there's just things I just love.
Sure.
Right.
Yeah.
And I don't care what it costs.
Yeah.
Like, now that my wife controls me, I won't. But back in the day, like, I was out of control.
Oh, I know something that would infuriate you, and most people here, especially parking.
Oh, $1 a day extra for parking.
That would
Anything
be a
like you're
lot,
doing
yeah.
daily
All
or,
right.
a couple times a week,
Cup of
that's what's
coffee.
really going to affect you.
Coffee, I'll pay.
No, I know you'll pay, but you wouldn't be furious if your cup of coffee went up $1 a day?
I guess.
Bro.
But I love coffee. Like, there's certain things I just love.
So you're telling me the cup of coffee you buy every day, they increase it $1 for every cup, and you're going to come in and go, man, I love paying an extra $1 for this coffee. I'm not angry in any way. I don't want to make all kinds of conspiracy theories as to why this coffee now costs $1 more a day.
How much would Juan Valdez need for that dunk?
There it is. There you go.
I'll tell you what. I tell you how it would work with me with coffee. It'd be a slow burn. Because if you say $1 a day, that's fine with it.
Okay.
But I drink every day. Until I started adding up the cost, it wouldn't hit me right away. So they could clip me. But parking, like, I'm already paying $105 a month to park here.
Which is insane because there's no security.
There's nobody here except a homeless guy under the steps every day, and I'm not kidding
And
you.
they don't start charging for parking until 8 in the morning. So
no.
Tommy is
So you're
parking
overpaid.
for 2 hours,
Yeah.
$105 a month.
Yeah. And they throw it at you.
And they throw it at you. 252 WCMF. We're talking about the cost of stamps. Like, when I see this story, it makes me think, why don't I mail more letters?
But to who?
Well, that's just it. It makes me also feel like a loser that I don't have letters to mail people to.
Like, I don't
to people.
I don't consistently pay any bill with a stamp. Like, in my life.
I don't pay any bill with a stamp.
I'm trying to think, like, once in a while you'll get somebody that they don't, I had to mail them something, but it's occasional. There's nobody on a regular basis.
I can't tell you the last time I took a stamp, because you don't even lick them anymore, right? They already come sticky?
Yeah, they're self-adhesive.
Yeah, I cannot tell you. It may be a decade the last time I put a stamp on an envelope.
Yeah.
Sincerely.
Mm-hmm. I believe you.
But my wife is a lot like your wife, where she buys, like, cards for no reason.
Yeah.
Like
Stocks up.
Yeah, like
yeah.
blank ones.
Yeah.
And my wife is constantly mailing, like,
Thank
cards,
yous and
thank
stuff.
yous.
Well, yeah,
hey,
so
My
you-
wife sends out
Yeah.
birthday cards all day. Oh, that's what I do. I send out 2 birthday cards a year. That's
Yeah.
it.
Okay. Well, now it's going to be more expensive. Thanks to the government. 252 WCMF. Let's talk to Joe. Hey, Joe, what's up, buddy?
Good morning. Doing good. How you doing?
Good, man. What's up?
I'm just letting you know that I'm glad you told me about the stamp increase cost because I actually am a carrier for the post office, and I did hear about that. I honestly did not know it was 66 cents.
Wait, you work for the post office and you didn't know a stamp cost 66 cents?
That's correct.
Well, they're open right now, and he's calling us. What does that
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here right now. But it is still the cheapest postal service in the world as far as costs go. I do know that.
No, I mean, as Tommy said,
It's
like,
amazing what you get.
Yeah.
It's the best deal in town, man, is the U.S. Postal Service.
well, maybe that's why they're hemorrhaging money.
Yeah.
Well, I do have a question because you're the person that people see face to face most of the time. If you're a carrier, do you get people complaining to you about the cost of mail?
I do, yeah. I just defer them to go to talk to the clerks, and I say I'm sorry.
But like Joe's going to be like, oh, let me take this right back to the Postmaster General.
Yeah. No, the only other fact is that we do have I totally forgot. Never mind.
No, it's great. We're
He's
just doing a
busy
radio
working.
show. Here, take your time. We'll just sit here and wait. Everyone think about something else until Joe remembers what he was
All
going to
right.
say. Okay. Joe, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. There goes Joe. He didn't know the price of stamps, despite the fact that he works as a mail carrier, and he forgot his last point.
But how about that? He said we're the cheapest postal service in the world.
Okay, again, he may be right, but you really have to just stop taking phone callers' words at face value.
He is a member of the United States Postal Service.
I could hear him delivering the mail as he was
Right. I
talking.
mean, if he tells me that, I'll take it.
He didn't know what a stamp cost.
Well, I don't know how the board works. Are you going
That's
to say
true,
I'm
and
not
he's
in
in
the
this
radio
room
business?
every
You're
day.
not in the radio business.
What do you call this?
You sit in a chair and talk, and there just happens to be a microphone in front of your face. We had a meeting yesterday. You weren't there. As soon as the show ends, you leave. We did a whole performance for all of our listeners. You sat in a throne.
You asked me to sit down.
I didn't ask you to do nothing. I would have crapped all over you whether you were there or not. The biggest game of the season.
Come on.
This could be the
It's the
biggest.
playoffs.
I mean, it is.
It starts now.
It's been the playoffs the last 4 weeks.
You could say that again.
What?
I'm agreeing with you.
You can make a sincere argument. I think there is no argument that this is the most important regular season game of Sean McDermott's career. And we talked about this morning how 60 Minutes will decide what this season looks like for Bills fans and national media. Tommy made his picks. We will recap those picks with our good buddies from 95.7 The Fan, Mike Danger, and from the Let's Go Duffalo podcast, Ryan Duffy. And we do it next on a Football Friday here in the break room on CMF. Bills, Dolphins, prime time.
The Dolphins.
Oh, my God, Dolphins. 8:20 Sunday Night Live right here on 96.5 WCMF. I can't remember the last time outside of the playoffs there was a game this pressure-filled. Hell, there are playoff games I didn't feel this uneasy about. I mean, everything's on the line. It's not just the division. It's not just the playoffs. It's bragging rights to all these douche Dolphins fans who aren't even real Dolphins fans, right? They just wanted attention when they were little kids, so they picked a teal jersey. Hey, you guys want to talk to me in second grade when I'm a Miami Dolphins fan? Check me out. You're hanging out in the break room.
Yeah.
Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. If you want to watch the game,
watch it.
You can hang out with Kimmy.
Lady K?
That's right, Miss Kimmy.
Where's she going to be?
She's going to be at the Bill Gray's Tap Room in Brockport.
Ooh, College Town.
Fantastic food. 3 heads on tap. So go hang out with Kimmy. Watch the most important game of the Buffalo Bills season. Sunday Night Live with Kimmy at Brockport Tap Room, Bill Gray's CMF. Joining us, as they do every Football Friday, from 95.7 The Fan, the sports bar. You can catch him every day from 3 to 6 weekdays. Mike Danger, what up, Danger?
Gentlemen, good morning.
Great to see you.
Good to see you.
You look fantastic. And from the Let's Go Duffalo podcast, a man who has been getting rave reviews for his musical performance at the Tommy Muley This Is Your Life.
Unbelievable.
Ryan Duffy.
Thank you.
You're bumping with those every morning, right? Those are in heavy rotation every morning in the break room?
So we were going to keep playing them on the air, but then Ryan's become such a fame monster since he was getting the positive reviews.
Please. I was like that before, and you know it.
So getting into this Bills game.
Yeah.
2 things came up this morning when we were discussing the game. This is the most important regular season game of Sean McDermott's career because 60 minutes of football danger will determine if this is one of the most remarkable coaching jobs Sean McDermott has done in Buffalo, because you'd have the 2 seed, arguably the easiest route to the Super Bowl they've had with him as the coach. You have this remarkable turnaround, 5-year last 6, 4 straight. If it goes the other way in 60 minutes, the knives are coming back out for him. There will be legitimate discussion from fans and national media about him losing his job. And now you have to deal with, what do you do with Von Miller? What do you do with Tre'Davious White? What do you do with Poyer? What do you do with Hyde? Josh Allen's now making $1 gajillion next season.
Yeah, those offseason decisions are there whether or not you win or lose. And I don't think Sean McDermott is in any sort of danger of losing his job.
I agree with you. He's not going to get fired. But it's not about losing his job. It's about how the fan base feels about him just in a matter of a 60-minute football game.
Well, it's so funny. I mean, think about this. There's plenty of scenarios that exist where the Bills could get in if they lose. I don't know that those scenarios are as likely as what they would need to do to get in, which is just beat a team that got the doors blown off of them just a week ago by Baltimore, who dropped 50 on them. They're beat up, and the Bills traditionally have owned the Miami Dolphins under Josh Allen and Sean McDermott's guidance. I think that if you don't win that game on Sunday night, you don't deserve to be in the postseason.
But that's going to bring the knives out again for Sean McDermott, because how do you have all this talent? You inserted yourself as the defensive coordinator. You fired the offensive coordinator midseason. What makes you not deserve to be in the playoffs? It's you, Sean McDermott. That's going to be the argument.
Well, he's already got his fall guy. You know the special teams coach is going to lose his job when the season's over.
He should lose his job when the season's over. No, I'm just saying, 12 men on the
fall
field.
guy's already in place. I mean, they got rid of Dorsey in the regular season, so that put a little wrinkle in his offseason plan. But now you have the special teams coordinator that you can blow out here at the end of the season, so he'll be okay.
So we're talking about all this stuff, and the biggest noise for anti-Sean McDermott rhetoric, Ryan, came on the bye week, because you had Dorsey being replaced. He shouldn't have been fired. It was the fall guy. Then you have everything that happened with Von Miller, and they handled that poorly, in my personal opinion. And then you have that article by Tyler Dunn about all of the former employees of the Bills that want to come out and say all this stuff about Sean McDermott, and it was bad. But Kimmy realized something this morning. The Bills have not lost a game since that article came out. And Kimmy's theory was this team has rallied around him.
I believe it. I absolutely believe it. And also, too, like, to those who are saying, like, if the Bills do lose to Miami on Sunday night, like, they have, to your point, they have not lost a game since Sean McDermott, the head coach of the Bills, made the difficult decision to part ways with his offensive coordinator.
Well, no, they lost the Eagles game.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, 5-1 since then, but have been a stellar since then. We see the reaction from the players, from the front office current staff, rallying around him around Sean McDermott after the article. I think that those experiences galvanized that team, and for the sentiment to be completely going the other way after the success of the last 5-6 weeks, after a loss to Miami potentially on Sunday, I think that's just misguided.
I also think it's interesting that for the last 2 weeks, the Bills' offense looked an awful lot like what it looked like with Ken Dorsey as the offensive coordinator.
Yep.
There's not that big of a difference between what you had in Dorsey and what you have in Joe Brady because the players are still the same, and ultimately they're the ones that have to execute.
Sure. So Ryan and I, as Tommy sits here completely clueless, had this argument on the Let's Go Duffalo podcast this week, which you can get on the Odyssey.
Oh, so people are hearing it.
Oh, you get your podcast. Joe Brady looked great the first couple of weeks, but I made the argument once they figure out how to stop what you do well, that is what makes you an offensive coordinator.
Or you have a head coach who's inserting his beliefs into your game plan and what he wants to see done with the offense, even though he's a defensive-minded coach.
See, more anti-McDermott rhetoric coming from Mike Danger.
A lot of negative undertones I'm getting from this side of the room. So,
all right, with all that being said, Tommy was unbelievably confident in his picks this morning.
Oh, yeah.
Well, you say you have an advantage.
Well, I'm a Miami guy. It's my town.
You're not from
South
Miami.
Florida
no,
guy.
I hate guys like
Florida
you.
flag.
You're like the guy from Rochester that says he lives in New York and then stops talking. You grew up in Lauderdale. You didn't grow up in Miami.
Young,
Same
Southern,
thing.
and dumb, if I remember correctly.
Great callback,
Yes,
Danger.
I'm Southern educated.
Fantastic song. By the way, you can download it at WCMF.com. Tommy made his picks this morning. Let's get to our first pick from a Tommy Tells It Like It Is here on CMF. Tommy, over under 1/2 a touchdown for Stephon Diggs on Sunday.
I'm taking the over. He's in. He's in. They got to get him in. They got to get
No,
this
they don't
done.
gotta do
Gotta
nothing.
do it. You got to win with your boys.
They've won 5 out of 6. They've won 4 straight.
I know, but you
got to
win.
Diggs.
You can't be dicking around. You can't be letting the Dolphins hang out to the end of the game. You can't be you get a choice field position and you got to punt. You got to get it done. You got to be tight.
No, but it doesn't because there hasn't been a Stephon Diggs game
And
in
you know
2
he's
months.
a Miami kind of guy.
Oh my God.
Ferraris, 2 girlfriends. That's Miami.
Okay.
But you said that's why Miami was going to lose earlier this week.
Good point.
Different kind of Miami.
Okay.
Buffalo, Miami.
Thank you.
Miami, New York.
Yeah, thank you.
So to be
He's like South Buffalo, Miami.
So to be clear,
You got it, baby.
you're over 1/2 a touchdown for Stephon Diggs on
You
Sunday.
want to be with me on this.
I want to, but it
No,
doesn't.
you got to. You got to.
I love how Kimmy's become the Tommy translator now. Yes, that. Yes, also that. Dange, in their first matchup, Bills and Dolphins, Stephon Diggs had 3 touchdowns. In the last 9 weeks, combined, Stephon Diggs has had 2 touchdowns. Over under 1/2 a touchdown for Stephon Diggs Sunday night.
This is the game it has to happen, right? And when you look at the matchup, Xavier Howard probably isn't going to go. He's got a foot injury. It doesn't require surgery, but it's unlikely that he's going to go.
One of their starting corners.
Right. Opposite. So the Miami defense the corner doesn't travel with the top wide receiver. This is one of those situations. You're with me on this, right, Tom?
I know what you're talking about.
Vic Fangio's defense, the defensive coordinator of Miami, he keeps one corner on one side of the field for the entire game, other corner on the other side of the field. So the Bills can do whatever they want. If they want Diggs lined up against Eli Apple, I like that matchup all day.
That'd be the name.
If the Bills decide to do that. Now, there's a slight chance that they might modify their defense for this game and say, hey, Jalen Ramsey, who is still a good corner, follow Steph Diggs. I doubt that that's going to happen, 1. And 2, even if that did happen, Josh Allen has owned Jalen Ramsey through his career. I like the over.
Of course, see? Perfect.
All right.
Said it right.
All right. Ryan?
yes.
Corner's not the only injuries the Dolphins have. They're also missing their 2 top pass rushers against Buffalo, which could create more time for Josh Allen to put the ball where he wants to. Over under 1/2 a touchdown for Stephon Diggs.
I think it's due at this point too. And another thing, just to add to
South
Danger's
Florida
point,
sweep.
Historically this season, when Xavier Howard is not on the field, they will have Ramsey travel with a receiver, and you have to think that that's going to be with Diggs. So the same time, or to the same point of Stephon Diggs having success against the Dolphins, Josh having success against the Dolphins and against Jalen Ramsey, I think it's due. It's due. And also another fun fact: the Dolphins are bottom 5. I think it's 66% of touchdowns defensively in the red zone they allow. So they are handing away
They can't do
touchdowns when in the red zone on defense. So I think it's just a matter of time that before Steph Diggs gets in.
And also, we would be having a different Steph Diggs conversation if Josh Allen's a little bit more accurate last week because Diggs got behind that defense in New England.
He did. That's also a 20% shot you're taking there, that bomb. I know it's more normally for Josh. That's a 20% completion percentage. Let's not kill Josh Allen for not connecting on
No.
a 60-yard through the air
A
pass.
little short, but Diggs was open. He had him.
He did.
That would have been a touchdown.
Okay.
And you complete that pass, we're not having any conversation.
Exactly.
about
We're
that.
not worried about the yardage per game for him because that would have been 80 yards for him. We're not worried about the touchdowns because he would have broke that streak of not having a touchdown. Like, this would be a non-conversation.
All right, so everybody is in agreement. I wish it would have been a non-conversation in the first place. Let's get to our second pick from Tommy this morning here on CMF. Over under 3.5 sacks for
What
the
do
Bills
you
team.
think? What do you think?
What does Auto Pick Tommy say? I don't know.
They're gonna cream this kid.
Wow. It's a bold statement.
No,
Knock
by the
his ass back to Maui. I'm taking
Bowie? Is that near Maui?
Well, gonna be Powie and Maui. I don't know. I'm gonna take. Yes, I'm gonna take the over on the sackaroo.
All right, they barely hit
the sack exchange shows up,
They barely hit the over in a game where they blew them out at home. Right? They had 4 sacks at home.
but they gotta get this.
You
They're
can't say
so
got it. You can
hungry.
win a game without sacking Tua.
Yeah, you gotta. But they love to sack.
That's, you and them have that in common.
Sacks? Yeah, I love me some sacks.
Big fan of sacks?
Love it.
Just a bunch of dudes sacks.
Sack me up.
The first time these teams met, Ryan, the Bills had 4 sacks on Tua Tagovailoa.
Frightening.
Add to that, their center from last week, their starting center, who was actually their backup center, hurt. He may not be able to go. You could be down to your 3rd center. But you know the Dolphins are going to do everything they can to get that ball out as fast as possible. It's how their offense works, and that's how they lose to Buffalo when they do. Over under 3.5 sacks for the Bills defense on Sunday.
Tua's percentage of completion is like super, like in the very high when it comes to getting the ball out of his hands in less than 2.5 seconds. So that's clearly the bread and butter. Timing is the bread and butter of their offense, and also too to the amount of sacks that the Bills had when they met in Week 4. Matt Milano was on the field, and you have to consider that this defense is a little bit depleted. However, with the Bills' defensive front having Daquan Jones back, with the I should say emergence or better play of someone like Poona
bread
Ford,
and butter. Give me some bread and butter,
with
Ryan.
the continued
Give me that bread and
work
butter.
that Ed Oliver has put in, I got to take the over on this one.
Bread and butter.
Danger. If there has been one knock on this Bills interior, the defensive line of the blitz, it's that sometimes when they get there, they don't manage to get their hands on the quarterback. And Tua can be slippery.
He just gets the ball out so quick.
He does.
And, that Week 4 game, 4 sacks, it felt like they really, really had to hustle to get those 4 sacks. You got to confuse Tua. You got to get him off his first read.
Sacks aren't easy.
They're not easy.
They don't hand them out.
I love what Ryan said about Daquan Jones. I agree with that. I think Daquan Jones is a difference maker. It frees up Ed Oliver to do more Ed Oliver type things. 3.5 feels high. I'm going to take the under on that one.
But just barely. He's kind of with us.
It's yes or no, and that's a no.
But he's close.
Doctor, no. Danger, no. All right, so the boys are split. It's a recap of Tommy Tells It Like It Is. Mike Danger from 95.7, The Fan, 3 to 6 every day. You can catch him on the Sports Bar. Ryan Duffy from the Let's Go Duffalo podcast. Let's get to our third pick from Tommy this morning here on CMF. Over under 1.5 touchdown passes for Tua Sunday night.
I mean, you would think they could probably get 2 touchdowns.
Okay. Did you not hear No, it's touchdown passes.
Yes. Yeah.
Touchdown passes.
Yes.
Yeah, for Tua.
You would think he should be able to get 2. He's like one of your top quarterbacks.
Yep.
But not today.
No.
No.
You mean not Sunday? Not today.
Well,
for
not
sure.
today. My pick is today.
Okay.
And I am saying I'm taking the under on him for touchdown passes.
Okay. Now, again, the Bills can win.
They got this kid figured out, and he knows it.
The Bills
He's crapping his Hawaiian pants.
The Bills could win by
I
4.
think they wear grass skirts.
So it wouldn't even be a problem.
It would be a disaster.
Not for laundry, it wouldn't. The Bills could win 40-14, and you could have 2 touchdowns.
I get math, man.
Tua craps his grass skirt. We set it on fire after the game.
Is that the bonus pick?
Celebration of Tua crapping his grass skirt.
Terrible.
Danger. I'm going to read something I could not believe. Because
now you tell me.
I'm going to tell you what I told him. Tell him what I told you.
All right.
All we hear about is how prolific this Dolphins offense is. How all they do is score points through the air. Bang, 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 bang. In the last 4 games, Tua has 4 touchdown passes total. And in all games this season, he has as many games with 2 touchdown passes or less, 8, than he does with 2 touchdown passes or more, 8. Like, when you look at the numbers, what we've been hearing about this offense doesn't show up in the statistics. Over under 1.5 touchdown passes for Tua Sunday night.
He's a Pro Bowl quarterback, Pat.
First ballot.
First ballot. Yes, starting.
Yep.
Starting Pro Bowl quarterback for the AFC. How dare you? How dare you bring up his... He's going over. I think over 1.5.
Oh, why do you say that?
You know what? I saw in week 4, and we saw it in week 4, they were able to move the ball early against Buffalo. I mean, remember that had all the markings of a shootout early on. Sean McDermott adjusted and started to confuse Tua later on. But I think with this game being at home in Miami, the speed that they have is a tough thing for the Bills to match up with. If Mostert and Achane are out there, I could see a touchdown pass out of the backfield from either one of those guys as well. And then, we haven't talked about Tyreek Hill, who is
hurt.
Always a problem. Hurt. Probably going to go. I think Hill goes.
He hasn't
Waddle
practiced
doesn't.
for 2 days. He's wearing a boot, for
His
God's sake.
house is on fire.
Shut up. Houses catch on fire every day. You got a football game to play.
I could see 2 touchdown passes for 2
Come
on Sunday night.
Taking this from a John Gotti wannabe. Look like you're on vacation in Miami.
All right, Ryan, Danger brings up those players that he needs to be successful. But Jalen Waddle, wide receiver, he's got a hang ankle. He hasn't practiced all week.
Yep.
Tyreek Hill was in a walking boot on Tuesday. His house burned down. He didn't practice Wednesday. He hasn't practiced
And
all
that's
week.
kind of screwed your head a little bit.
All signs point to Tyreek Hill playing.
But if he plays, is he as effective? Because
Sure.
even
100%.
Even against Baltimore, he played. He left the game for a while because of that exact injury we're talking about.
Yeah.
And Raheem Mostert, he hasn't practiced yet this week either, has he? Okay. So, you have these major weapons that even if they play, you're questioning how effective they're going to be. And by the way, Tua Tagovailoa, first time they met the Bills, a single touchdown pass.
Yep.
One. Over under 1.5 touchdown passes for 2 on Sunday.
Yeah, in that Week 4 game in Buffalo, the bulk of the touchdowns came from Devin Achane, if I recall, and this is back when he was, really kind of grinding at the beginning of the season. With all
he's more of a beach-hand now.
Yeah, right. Stupid. So, so with that, and on top of the injuries that we see from the Dolphins' skill positions right now, I have to assume I feel like it's going to be under, but there's an additional focus point on here. There's a 50% chance of rain in Miami on Sunday night. Sure, and who knows how long it would last. But at the same time, I think you have to consider the weather coming in and playing a factor in the passing game for both teams.
So, but you have him going under.
I have him going under.
Damn.
Pandering ass bitch.
I have receipts on why I'm saying what I'm saying.
Please. Listen to me.
I think you're so cool in your high chair. And I'm down here.
I play guitar at a show. I talk like this now.
You're the one who keeps bringing it up, man. And everyone who was there and everyone who saw it on the stream and Mom.
Let's get to our final pick from Tommy this morning here on CM. Oh, I'm sorry, fourth pick. My apologies. Go ahead, Kimmy. Do the Bills win? And if so, is it by 4 or more?
Bills win.
Don't.
So your question is, do the Bills win?
Uh-huh.
I think they win.
Uh-huh.
They cover.
Yeah. Which means?
But by how much?
I don't know.
Right?
How much?
I think what you're going to see on Sunday night late is a late night. Miami takes it in the short. Blowout. It's going to be a blowout. A blowout.
You have the Bills blowing them out at home.
Mm-hmm.
In prime time.
In prime time. It happens.
With the division on the line after they were blown out last weekend in Baltimore.
They're banged up. They hurting.
They were banged up way more. They were way banged up in that playoff game, the wild card game in Buffalo, and they were a drive away from it was less than a year ago.
We playing last year, we playing Sunday night.
So you have the Bills covering. Okay. Let's just recap, Tom. All right, Ryan. Bills open as 3.5-point favorites. It's down to 3.
Yeah.
That's what we're going to go with. They had the embarrassment of last week.
Mm-hmm.
Teams don't usually get their asses kicked back-to-back weeks, especially teams with talent that Miami has.
Yep.
Do the Bills win? And if they do, is it by 4 points or more?
There's so much for both teams to play for this weekend.
Thank you, Captain Obvious.
It is. Oh, of course. I'm just setting the stage. Hang on a second.
Pet struggles on the stage.
Give him plenty of space.
You can cut the tension with a knife.
Oh, in this room, yes. Between you two.
I hate both of you so much.
However, those who listen to the Let's Go Duffalo podcast will know that I continue to keep my train going as far as my picks and what I think is going to happen. So therefore, I'm going to say I don't believe that the Bills are going to win this game. I think that the Bills are going to put up 6 points, and I think that the Miami Dolphins are going to put up 17,000.
You come waddling in here in summer goddamn jeans. Yep. Right in your mouth.
Yep.
You are wearing summer jeans in December or January.
I like jeans. I like light jeans.
No, we might.
Yeah, no, I mean, you're an idiot. Also an idiot. For those who don't understand, Ryan started picking against the Bills every week, sincerely, and they kept winning. So Ryan will now not pick the Bills to win until the season is over. So he has the Dolphins with 17,000 and the Bills with 6. Maybe the Bills will not cover.
I make data-driven decisions, and I stand by everything that I said here. So I don't have the Bills covering. You said it was 3?
4.
3. 4. Well,
4.
It's 3. Yeah, 3.
4. Okay, yeah. So I have 17,000 for Miami.
Gotcha.
And 6 for Buffalo. So no cover on me.
Gotcha. I'm going to turn to Danger now. Dange, I mean, the way things are going to work out, right? You got backup quarterbacks. You got Tennessee you got to rely on. It is probable that if the Bills don't win this game, they don't make the playoffs.
Sure.
The Bills are battle-tested. Miami is not. The Bills have ascended to this point. The Dolphins have descended to this point. But it's all one game. Do the Bills win? And if so, is it by 4 or more?
How do you feel about this team going into the game, given what you've seen the last 2 weeks?
The Bills?
Yeah.
Offensively, iffy. Defensively, I'm like sexually aroused.
Yeah. And what we saw just a few weeks ago in that Dallas game, like the unlocked potential of what this team could look like, the physicality of what this team could look like. And that's what won them the game week 4 against Miami. They win by 4 touchdowns, right? I mean, they were just more physical than Miami. They're a speed team. They're kind of a finesse team. If they want to win on Sunday night, they're going to have to punch them in the mouth. They're going to have to be more physical than they've been the last 2 weeks. They're going to have to run the football. They're going to have to mix in, some play action. Let Josh make some plays downfield. I expect Diggs to get off. I think that the Bills
gets off. He gets off.
He does.
The ladies.
You want to talk about it raining in Miami?
Oh yeah.
Diggs is getting off.
Girls, bring an umbrella.
24-21 Buffalo.
Whoa, 3. Okay. 3. So you're on it.
Because Sean McDermott doesn't make anything easy.
Okay.
He blew him out in week 4. He's not going to do it with everything on the line. It'll be tight. They'll hang around.
Oh wait, what's it going to be, Tommy?
Blew it.
No.
What? Oh, tight. Yes, tight.
They're trying to make tight a thing.
Tight.
Blew out. Tight.
A tight blowout. Wait, so he took.
He took. Well, I mean, it's 3, so it's a push.
But he's taking Buffalo.
He's taking Buffalo, but at 3.
All right.
Not a bleed.
All right. You don't get everything in this world.
All right. Tommy made his bonus pick, and oh boy, did he make his bonus pick, because he put it out. He put a lot on the line here.
Yeah.
So let's get to that pick this morning here on CMF.
I got a bonus pick.
We know.
First of the new year.
Oh.
Big
First
one, right?
bonus at 2024.
Look at this. I say this game's going to be epic. I think at the end of this game, it's going to feel like a playoff game.
It is a playoff game.
But it's going to feel like a playoff win. I think they carry Sean off the field.
They're not going to carry Sean McDermott off
Sean
the field, you idiot.
off the field.
He wouldn't let them.
He wouldn't let them.
He wouldn't. He's
what are you
not
going to tell
that
these
guy.
behemoth bastards? Football players picked up John Madden one time.
If they win the Super Bowl, maybe there's a tiny chance they carry him off the field. They're not
take him off,
carrying him off.
Tua ain't finishing the game.
Don't say that.
That's a whole
That's
other
nothing
thing.
to do with anything.
Sean gets carried off the field. Aaron Rodgers claims on a podcast that Sean McDermott set Tyreek Hill's house on fire. I'm telling you right now, those are my bonus picks I stand behind.
So all 3 of those have to hit. Danger. Does Sean McDermott get carried off the field despite the fact that the Bills would have to then play a playoff game 7 days later?
Yeah.
Does Tua not take the final offensive snap for the Dolphins?
Okay.
And then does Aaron Rodgers go on a podcast next week and claim that Sean McDermott set Tyreek Hill's house on fire?
Best for last. That's the best bonus pick of the. I love that bonus pick. Aaron Rodgers going on saying Sean McDermott set Tyreek Hill's. I don't think any of those are happening. Sean McDermott getting carried off the field, like. When you look at Sean McDermott, like he kind of looks like the guy that could be carried off the field. You mentioned like these guys are big guys. Sean McDermott's not John Madden. These guys could probably lift him up but not after clinching a playoff berth. Maybe you're right. Maybe after the Super Bowl, but doubtful because Where's your dignity if you're Sean McDermott after that?
I'm with you. So you're a no on all three, though.
I'm a no on all three.
All right, Ryan, does Sean McDermott get carried off the field after a rousing win? Tua does not take the final snap for the offense for the Dolphins, and Aaron Rodgers goes on a podcast next week and says that Sean McDermott set fire to Tyreek Hill's house.
Come on, Mini Madden.
You know, parlays always make me uneasy just because you need obviously all of them to hit.
Sure.
So with that alone, I can't see a future where I can't say that this is going to happen. All three of them. I do think there's a possibility that if this is a blowout, that perhaps they pull Tua toward the end of the game if they want to keep him fresh for the playoffs. I do think that is plausible.
Okay.
It is also confirmed that that John Madden is heavier than Sean McDermott. So it is plausible that an NFL player would be able to pick him up off of the field, and it is beyond all certainty that Aaron Rodgers is going to go on a podcast and say that Sean McDermott burnt down Tyreek Hill's house.
That is the most likely thing to happen, I think.
Yeah.
So, but the collection of them, I'm not willing to put on the line and put my reputation on the line. So I'm going to take no.
So
when was the last time you saw a coach get carried off the field after a big win? It doesn't happen anymore.
In the NFL?
I feel like Don Shula.
It just doesn't.
No, Ditka was the famous one.
No, Shula would have been after Ditka.
It kind of went the way of hip hip hooray, right? Like, wasn't there? Was it Jim Zorn for the Washington? Like in the locker room, hey guys, big win! Give me a hip hip hooray! And everybody's looking at him like, dude, you know what year it is, right? Do you know where you are? No hip hip hooray, and no carrying the coach off the field.
No, that's a great question. I do not have a recollection.
So is the Gatorade dump replaced to carry out the field?
Well, but the Gatorade dump and the carry off the field existed together. They were
True,
at one point.
but
Parcells was soaked in Gatorade, carried off the field after that Super
that's
Bowl win
a
over
heavy
the Broncos.
lift. A fully soaked Parcells.
Well, you know how heavy tuna can be.
Right.
Yes.
All right, Mike Danger, 95.7 The Fan. You can catch him on the Sports Bar every weekday 3 to 6. What do you guys got going on today?
Our Odyssey Sports sister station down in Miami, Brendan Tobin, is going to join us. We'll get the
Tobes?
latest. Yeah, Tobes. You know
Love
what?
that kid.
Yeah.
Tubes.
He's going to join us and talk a little bit more about the Bills-Dolphins matchup. And I'll be on BetMGM tonight at 8:20 talking about this Bills and Dolphins
Look at
matchup
you,
as
man,
well.
going international.
Big time stuff.
International.
Wow.
Global.
Wow.
You won't be able to hear it in Rochester.
Semi-global.
We will have Rochester Americans hockey for you tonight on the fence.
But if I leave town, I can hear it.
Wait, you're doing a live hit for a show you cannot listen to in Rochester.
But trust me, I'm on it.
You can listen to it in the Odyssey app, of course.
Why did you tease it then?
I'm excited for it.
Okay.
Well, it's a big step up for the kid.
Oh, you kid. He's like 2 years younger
I
than
get
you.
to talk to Trista Crick and all these, sports betting insiders, so I'm into it.
No, I get why you're excited. It's just funny. Hey, man, you should listen to this thing. Where can I listen to it? You can't.
The Odyssey app. You can listen to it. Come on.
I don't even know. Is that a chick or a dude, Mike?
Trista Crick is a woman.
All right, well, that could be a guy to name with the
Trista. Name
names.
me one man named Trista.
Bro, you don't think there's some dude Tristan?
Name me a single Trista.
Maybe a Trista with an apostrophe in there somewhere.
Trista?
Yeah, maybe.
You go down to the craft beer tonight. There's 5 Tristans waiting for their order.
Tristan, maybe. Trista, no. From Ryan?
Yeah.
Ryan Duffy, the Let's Go Duffalo podcast. New one just dropped on Wednesday.
Yeah.
Where can I catch that fantastic episode?
You can find that on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. You can follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at lets.go.duffalo. And I will also be on BetMGM tonight later. You won't be able to hear it, but I will be there. And I'll be talking with Trista Crick as well. So be sure to try to catch that out. You won't be able to.
You're making it up, dude. I don't believe you. Where can I hear it?
On BetMGM.
Oh, awesome.
Yep. And on the Odyssey app.
We're going places, pal.
I think so, too.
To the moon.
Right?
Mike Danger, Ryan Duffy. Boys, always a pleasure.
Yeah.
Thanks for having us.
Fingers crossed. We're talking next week.
Love it.
All right, great. It's Friday. You know what that means?
We're going to creep it out.
That's right. We got a creep cap coming at you. And if you're looking to get laid, Sunday's the day, and I'll tell you why.
What is it? The game's on.
Well, before the game.
All right. Okay.
Afternoon delight.
Oh.
By the way, you got to be single or a scumbag.
Okay.
Next to the break room on CMF. If you're looking to get laid,
Yeah.
if you're looking to meet somebody,
All right.
this might be the weekend to do it.
This is it.
Because for some reason, this Sunday, on top of being the most important Bills game of the regular season, will be the day you may be most likely to meet someone online.
Nice.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. We'll get to that in just a second, but it's Friday.
Mm-hmm.
Lot of creep missing while we were on break.
Yes.
But that's all over now.
Yeah.
All the disgusting things Tommy said all week long. It's a creep cap. Happens now on CMF.
Yeah. Oh, man. All right. God. All right. How hard? Okay. All right. I love it. Wait, you like fudgesicles?
I love fudgesicles.
Why didn't you tell me?
Telling you now.
My God. I got this delicious kiosk.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Where is it?
It's in the men's room.
What's it called?
It's called Uncle Tommy's Fudgesicle Shop. Sauce.
If they have a pile of potatoes just lying on the side of the grill, sitting there. If there is a vat of lard with meat in it that they will put over the top.
Where your mom was there? Oh, she liked the meat.
Most people listening have ended up here at some point in their lives after a night
You
out.
talking about pubes? Yeah, I mean, when I was a kid, I was looking at pornography. I was staying in my britches walking out of the store. Like, that don't happen anymore.
Some
I would
weird-ass color.
take purple urine if I could eat whatever I want.
Worst Prince song of all time, by the way.
Purple urine, purple urine.
7 of them, as a matter of fact.
There's 7 things we're doing wrong.
And this woman,
I don't have 7 things going on during sex. You got 2 dreamboats in your life.
You do. 2 sexy pieces of beef.
You got daddy beef and hubby beef. With a box of Omaha. There's going to be some eggnog on that ass. Noggin mama. I told you, like, my stuff, it looks like, like I told you when there's those eruptions in Hawaii and you see the lava slowly going across the road to take out the mailbox. Like, but it takes like 10 minutes.
Yeah, man, I don't need to think about your penis slowly ejecting lava. By the way, same effect on the environment, whether it's lava or Tommy's back.
You're going to lose your mailbox?
Stop putting it in my mailbox, man.
It's so good to be a creep.
There it is, the creep cap on CMF. According to Tinder,
What are they saying?
the first Sunday in January, which will be this coming Sunday, is the busiest year annually for online dating.
So, like, fresh start, kicking off the new year, new relationship.
That's
type of thing.
the theory. They don't have rock solid reason as to why, but that's what they believe.
Would seem, right? New resolution. I need somebody new in my life.
So on Sunday, there will be a massive surge, at least it has been in the past, of people updating their bios, uploading photos, and sending messages along with responding. They say the first Sunday in January every year, on average, has the shortest response time for messages, just under 20 minutes.
So everybody's hungry.
Yeah.
So they're jumping on it.
Also, they say that December and January are big months for breakups. So it's possible there's a ton of newly single people, which is why that first
Fresh
Sunday.
meat,
makes
baby.
sense.
You got it. So does that mean it's easier to get laid this weekend?
Sounds like it. Or setting one up.
Yeah,
Setting up a lay?
Yeah. A settle is what they
more likely to meet somebody.
No, Tinder came after I met my wife, so I've never gotten to use Tinder before. Kimmy, is Tinder used primarily for relationships or just for hooking up?
I mean, I thought I used it, and it's like early stages, and I always thought it was just like for hookups.
So you never had any success?
No.
She's swipeless.
Like, nobody messages you asking to take you on a date.
Okay.
So it's like you just want
Let's
some
meet up.
coochie.
Which is weird.
But I don't know, but maybe it's changed. I know there are other apps that people will say are used for different things, so I have no idea.
What's funny, we know 2 separate couples that met. They're
but it could
married
be like
and they're
their
on Tinder.
intention initially was to just hook up, and then they realize they like each other. I don't know.
Now, by the way, you brought up other apps. It's not just Tinder. Every other online dating app says they see this exact same surge on the first Sunday of the year.
So that means there's a lot of people on the prowl just in period then.
Yeah, I'm
so
thinking
like
more
even
people
if
are joining. Yeah.
just hitting the bars and everything else, you could score.
Well, I don't know.
I mean, based on the amount of people that are broken up and then are looking.
I'm going to guess right now you're hitting the bars less, going on the apps more. Whereas
No,
like
but
when
I'm
the weather
saying-
starts to break and it's nice and you're out and about meeting people, maybe
True.
that's when it slows down.
But by that time, they've already met somebody on Tinder.
Yeah, like you go to a bar this weekend to watch some games and stuff like that. You may.
Oh, yeah, because chicks are clamoring for guys with wing sauce all over their face, drunk, screaming
Well,
at
you
a
gotta-
television
you
over
gotta-
their last leg of their parlay.
You gotta. What if she's into that? What
I'm
if she's a
thinking
salt
you're
slicker?
going to be on those dating apps way more right now because you're
Yeah.
home more.
All right.
You're maybe feeling a little bit more lonely than normal.
Well, you could do both.
After the
What if you're just
holidays.
horny?
Okay.
Then lonely. I just want to bone.
I wouldn't lead with that.
No. You save the bone.
Are you willing to be the rebound here? Let's say the theory is that
To
people
get laid?
Well, I mean, it all.
Yeah. What if she's a smoke show?
Okay, but it's you we're talking about, so.
Yeah. Again, what if she's a smoke show?
You're 1 for 50.
What if she smoke show? She looks good. You're just a rebound. Fine.
Yeah, but there's a lot of baggage that comes with that stuff.
Bag on.
Even with just a banging, like, I mean, let's say you bang a couple of times, right?
And then you move on.
Okay.
What if you go on a date and she starts crying?
I don't care.
Well, no, that happens with most dates Tommy goes on with women.
Oh, look who's talking.
I just
Weeping
mean-
Willow.
What have I done with my
I just mean, like, that's not something that could be enjoyable for somebody if they just keep bringing up their ex. If, you know what I mean? Like, it could just lead down a road of, like,
Yeah,
I
okay.
don't want to do this anymore.
All right.
What about her ex finding out you're banging?
Yeah.
What
Showing
is
up
an
to
ex?
stuff.
Well, there's always going to be a risk out there, man.
Okay. Well, I mean, look.
You're out here playing a game.
There's a bigger risk for a fresh rebound than there is for a woman that's just like, or a man that's just looking for somebody after they've been
Right.
single for a while. Like, I think it's underplayed how dicey it can be being that rebound person. Because I'm with you. Look, man, back in the day, if I'm getting laid, I don't care.
Right.
But there's also been situations we're put in where it's like, oh, this is why I got punched in the face at a house party over a chick that I was hooking up with for like 2 weeks. I didn't even see the guy coming. He walked up from behind me and sucker punched me.
Oh, really?
At her house. She invited me, we're having sex, and she invited her ex-boyfriend. And they pointed out who I was, and he punched me in the face.
I
Well,
know
what
a
are the
girl.
odds?
I know a girl that got punched in the face
Wait, chick?
just for show. She wasn't even dating or banging this dude, but they showed up at a bar together in a group. His ex walked over because she was the only girl in the group and punched her right in the face. To your point, didn't see it coming because she was just like, I don't even know this woman. I don't know what that was for.
It was insane.
Yeah.
You know some rough ass chicks, man.
Well, I didn't. The girl I knew got punched. She didn't punch.
That's a rough ass chick.
Bro, she's from Hilton. That's a rough-ass chick
No,
town.
this was at school.
Oh, West Virginia? I'm sorry.
She's from Philly. Also kind of makes
Could you
sense.
say more rough-ass chick towns? Hilton, West Virginia, Philly. We come back, we wrap it up. We tell you what we're doing Monday next in the break room. On TMF. It's going to be Rapperoo.
Radio Friday pregame, big game in Miami. Rapperoo.
That's right, big time. Again, Bills, Dolphins, 8:20 Sunday night, live right here on 96.5 WCMF. You want to watch the game?
Go watch it.
Go hang out with Kimmy.
Oh, yeah.
Bill Gray's Tap Room out in Brockport. She'll be there. Delicious food. 3 heads on tap. Go do that thing.
Mm-hmm.
So Monday will either be
it's going to be a party.
Well, okay, I hope so.
Party.
We were going to be all over it, jumping up and down. Me being the most obnoxious prick, having called this when the Bills were 5-5, or it will be the most depressing break when we've ever done.
But you'll still be a prick.
So we got that going for us. Yeah, great. We'll get out of the way. Again, recapping all of Tommy's picks Monday on a postgame Monday here on CMF.